Good morning. I want to just take an opportunity to thank you all for coming and for coming on time. Give me a couple of minutes and we're gonna start. And to those who are watching on closed circuit and television, it'll give us 5 minutes, okay? 5 minutes. Hello?
About 700.
And before you move, I'm gonna do it. Do it. Let's try one more. You do? One more for the. Freeze. No, I gotta go. Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for coming on time, and I'm so pleased to see you all here today. Some great citizens of our city, some young residents, and I want to congratulate you all on your successes. Just a couple of notes that I want to read, and I'm pleased to be joined here with Councilman Joe Geruso, District 8, and also all of those who are watching us on the council's television channel. Thank you very much. So today we honor judges, mentors, facilitators, coordinators, and students from the NAACP Axo competition. Annually, students in programs with mentors and scholastic and enrichment activities. In April, students entered competitions where gold medals are invited to compete on a national level. Gold medal recipients are invited to compete on a national level. In July, these local winners will compete in the national competition and ceremonies in conjunction with the NAACP National Convention. Axo aims to recognize creative talent and academic achievement in the next generation of leaders. Axo also helps to provide students with the necessary skills to establish goals and acquire the confidence and training to make a successful contribution to society. I had an opportunity to join you all at UNO for the competition and to participate as a spectator. I just want to tell you how impressed I was by the talent that I saw there and the talent that I saw the previous year at SUNO. I also want to I want to congratulate our judges for their commitment, for putting in their time and for being so serious about applying their skills and motivation to help you all. Most important is that I want to congratulate all of you all for participating, which is important. I'm a big participant fan in terms of folks who can make a difference. You have to get out there and participate. But I'm also so pleased that you all have such great talents that you were willing to share on that day. And for those who are going to represent us in the national competition, I also thank you all too. I'm joined by Councilman Joe Geruso, as I mentioned, from District A. And I'm going to ask Councilman Geruso before we present these proclamations, if you'd like to add to what I said.
Thank you, Councilmember Green. Good morning, everybody. I guess first, congratulations on all of your work. You know, we work in these chambers and press buttons, but it's not uplifting art like you all are doing. And I'm always impressed by people who can make something out of nothing. And that's really what art is, and giving it its shape that you have. And I want to take something that Councilmember Green said that I think is incredibly important. Talent by itself is wonderful. Working and being industrious is important. But when you combine talent and hard work together, you achieve such great results. So congratulations on all of your hard work. I know when you all head to Boston,
What's the date?
July. So just around the corner. We wish you the best of luck in the national competition and for all of your hard work and for all of your underlying talent to get there.
Thank you very much, Councilman Geruso. Look, we have 5 chairs up here, and I actually have 2 slots, so I have time. I'm going to ask our point persons on Axo to come forward for a second. Come on, Gray, don't point. Join them up here. Come on. He's so modest. Councilman James, former Councilman James Gray. Come on up and join us. And
Sure.
Yeah, right here. Yeah, right here.
It's a good thing he knows where to go.
Right in the middle.
All right.
Just take up to a couple of minutes, 2 minutes, and just tell us a little bit about your motivation for getting involved and what you saw, Councilman Gray.
Well, first of all, those who know me as a track coach. And I don't know anything about music, dance, and I do know a little bit about math and science, which is included here. But the NAACP has a great program called Axo. And that program allows local kids to compete against other local kids. And we had over 136 kids who signed up to compete. They competed and the possibilities were 32 categories. We ended up with 18 gold medal winners. And the NAACP requires that you be a gold medal winner to go to the national competition. I think that's terrible because we had some fourth place finishers who were great and who should have had the opportunity to go to Boston. But nevertheless, we are going to Boston with our gold medal winners in July, and they are here today, and we are overjoyed that you are honoring them today. The brains behind this operation and the lead motivator behind this operation is the young lady to my left, Miss Julia Battle. I'm going to let her say something.
Battle.
Good morning, everyone. We're honored to be here. The motivation behind Axo, I think, was Vernon Jarrett in 1979, if I'm not mistaken, maybe a little earlier. But he wanted to see young people of color compete in the academics and the arts, just like they got recognition in sports as well. So Axo is really it's called an Olympics of the mind. And so that's why we're here, to lift our young people up in areas that maybe they wouldn't normally get recognized. The number of young people, the percentage of young folk coming out in STEM and in the STEM areas, the sciences, is 9% in our country. The number of young people in the performing arts and coming out and having jobs, graduating and so forth is a little better at 19% in our country. And that includes culinary arts as well. And we know that in New Orleans, I'm a native New Orleanian, born in Charity Hospital. And we know that in New Orleans, we have talent, immense talent. And I'm just going to say this, not necessarily everyone that succeeds and grows and does well maybe comes out of a regular home. Some of our folk come out of the depths of poverty, and you do not know what children can do unless we as a community get behind them and support them. Everyone needs mentors. So I could go on, but that's really at the core of Axo. And it's always exciting as an old music teacher to see all of these young people come forward and be recognized. We had 38 medalists this year, and students had medals in 45 areas. So it was really a huge competition with huge participation. Lots of credit to the teachers in the schools who work with them, to the private coaches and organizations that work with them. So I hope I've answered the question.
Well, appreciate it greatly.
And of course, we have some of our folks here who are crucial to the success of our organization. I see Ms. Jenna Roots there holding the camera. I see my husband Ernest, who has to live with this every day. I see Ms. Lynette Bates, and who is director of Upward Bound at UNO. I see Ms. Cookie Jean there, and who is a former director of this Axo program and has come back to bring all of her gifts to us. Miss Edith Jones, I think that's all I need to say. We all know who Miss Edith Jones is, and Miss Saran Bynum, and who is now being recognized for her film talents and her incredible adoption story and journey here in our city. And have I reached everybody, Mr. Gray?
Well, everyone's not here. We had 70, what you might call professionals, who volunteered to help work with these kids and judge them. So the community has been great, and we're overjoyed.
Thank you. We're so pleased that you all joined us today. It's an honor for us to have you here in the city council chambers. And to our young people, once again, I just emphasize, the fact that we're so proud of you, and for participating and for sharing your talents, and look forward to seeing you as you continue to contribute greatly to our city and our cultural traditions here in our city. I'm gonna read the names just so that the public who is watching has an opportunity to hear your name, and then we're gonna pose for a photo, and then I'm gonna ask one of the representatives to distribute these proclamations to you. But so that the public hears everyone's name, and at the end, if I miss anyone's name, it's only a mistake. Just let us know, just raise your hand and we'll tell it. So Axo Awards in the bronze competition, Brianna Robertson, Jada Thomas, Jade Mason, Judah Dumas Window, and just tell me if I'm wrong, Mowindo, Corey Williams, Rashawn Keesley. 8th graders, Imani Mosley and Constance Epps. Axo Award silver medalist, Amiri Kanate, Jason Spears, Jennifer Crozier, Jahari Smith, Colby Mitchell, Layla Collins, Noble Hart, Tamara Bentley, Tyree Arso, and Tristan Washington. Gold medalist, Amiri Hardy, Kamara Dupree, Chantel Collins, Eldon Brunis, somebody's printed, so I know that might be wrong. Just be sure to let me know. Caleb Johnson, Khalil McKnight, Landon Bishop, Mason Mackey, Michaela Weich, Nadia Jones, Noah Henderson, Olivia Kelly, Tamaya Victorian, Skylar Kelly, Vince Williams Jr. And thank you for all of our facilitators and coordinators. We have a number of names, and I know that they're not all here, so I will just say this. Those who are here, we appreciate it, and your name is on this proclamation for the NAACP's benefit. The Axo mentors, we have a list of those, and we have them on a proclamation here. And the proclamations reads, whereas the NAACP Axo Youth Competition was held at the University of New Orleans Performing Arts Center on April 23rd, 2023, and included over 140 student participants, 100 events, 70 judges and mentors. And whereas the following individuals were judges using their talent and commitment to uplift youth. So on the other proclamation, it says coordinators. Therefore, be it proclaimed by the City of New Orleans that the City Council recognizes and honors the mentors of the NAACP Axo Awards for their contribution to the city and the advancement of the youth. It lists the mentors, as we've listed the facilitators and coordinators. It's signed by all 7 council members. It's also participants as awards that we're recognizing. So I have 3 sets of proclamations, if you will. One is for coordinators and judges and mentors, and one is for those names that I called of the young people who participated. So at the end, we will distribute them. But once again, the 3rd time that I've said this, thank you for being here. We appreciate the work that everyone has done in favor of the Axo competition. It's exciting to have you all here. Now the biggest excitement is going to be getting us all together for a photo. So we want everybody, it's going to be crowded. Just come on up here and we're going to pose and we're going to do it. And photos are going to be taken from back here. So just face this way. Good. And before I sit down, Councilman Jeruso, I forgot to mention something that is so important, and it's on me. The parents and the family that is supporting them, and you can see the numbers of people who are out there. Let's give them a round of applause. Look, I want the media to pick this up, Councilman, so that they can see all of the parents that came out here. We'll take some photos in support of these young people. Councilman Jeruso and I are going to come down. We're going to have to make 2 rows, but we're going to come down and stand with you. I'm going to get them together somehow. All right, let's see.
You're gonna need two rows. Yeah, layer the row. The taller people should go to the back, the shorter people should come. The taller people to the back, the shorter people to the, if you can't see over somebody, the camera can't see you. Yeah, if you can't see the camera can't see you, so if you're shorter, come up to the bottom, yeah. Okay, hold on. No, we need for them to stand up. No, we gotta do it. Now we're gonna go away, huh? Oh, we didn't know what it was. I'll get one of you guys. Just one more. All right, guys. I know who you talking about.
Yeah, or maybe our chief of staff.
Madam Clerk, we can get started whenever you're ready.
Roll call, Councilmember Thomas, absent. Councilmember Green,
Present.
Councilmember Morel,
Here.
Councilmember Moreno. Present. Councilmember King. Councilmember Harris, Councilmember Jeruso.
Here.
We have 5 members. We have a quorum.
Pastor Boutte, whenever you're ready.
May we all stand for a moment of prayer. Gracious God, our Father, how we honor you, how we thank you once again for allowing us to wake this morning. Thank you for allowing us to be in our right minds and the activity of our limbs. Father, thank you for allowing us to be in this space on this morning. We pray now for your presence, for your power, for your love, for your peace, and for your spirit to rest in this place, to rest on our council members, to rest on our residents, Father, as we come together to make this city better. God, we pray now that they got order would rule in this place, they God, and let us come together in reason, in love. We thank you and we honor you for this privilege to serve on today. And we give you all praise, glory, and honor. It's in your name we pray. Amen.
The pledge today will be led by Malachi Williams. He's a St. Aug student, and he is actually shadowing me today. So Malachi, welcome to the council chamber, and you can lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, Spain, can you see? What's up? What's right? And
Madam Chair, may I add? Excellent job by that St. Augustine High School student leading that Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, Malachi.
And Malachi is going to be spending time with you next time.
We're on page 2, approval of the minutes, May 11th, 2023 and May 25th, 2023.
I've moved. It's been seconded by Councilmember Green.
Sorry, I haven't. Yes, no, her. No, it- Sorry. We're now on top of page 3, the consent agenda. We have a communication from Aaron Spears, Chief of Staff and Council Utilities Regulatory Office. This should be marked received. We have a communication from Michelle N. Thompson, Business Manager, New Orleans Public Library. This should be marked received. On page 4, we have a communication from Gilbert Montagna, Chief Administrative Officer, City of New Orleans. This should be marked received. We have a communication from Jennifer Avegno, MD, Director of Health Department, City of New Orleans. This should be marked received. We have a communication from Jennifer Avegno, MD, Director of Health Department, City of New Orleans. This should be marked received. We have a communication from Jennifer Avegno, MD, Director of Health Department, City of New Orleans. This should be marked received. On top of page 5, we have a communications from Shelby Flynn, Director of Innovation, Chief Administrative Office, Office of Mayor Latoya Cantrell. This should be marked received and referred to the Criminal Justice Committee. We have communication from Amy B. Trepanier, Director of Personnel, City of New Orleans, Department of Civil Service. This should be marked received. We have a report of the Deputy Director of the New Orleans Historic District Landmarks Commission, Central Business District, Historic District Landmarks Commission, 720 Marsh Street. This should be marked received. On page 6, we have the report of the Deputy Director of the New Orleans Historic District Landmarks Commission, Central Business District, Historic District Landmarks Commission, 801 Bellevue Street. We have a report of the Deputy Director of the New Orleans Historic District Landmark Commission, Central Business District, Historic District Landmarks Commission, 34 through 41 Allard Boulevard. We have a report of the Deputy Director of the New Orleans Historic District Landmark Commission, Central Business District, Historic District Landmarks Commission, 1716 South Rampart Street. On top of page 7, we have a report of the Deputy Director of the New Orleans Historic District Landmark Commission, Central Business District, Historic District Landmarks Commission, 7417 through 71, 7417 through 21 Burt Street. This should be marked received. We have the report of the Director of the Vucare Commission, 1000 through 1012 St. Philip Street. This should be marked received. We have a report of the Executive Director of the City Planning Commission. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date is June 22nd. On top of page 8, we have ordinance calendar number 34,181 by Councilmember Harris, zoning docket 1623. We have motion line over M23-189 by Councilmember Jeruso. The Government Affairs Committee recommended approval. On top of page 9, we have a resolution line over R23-244 by Councilmember Harris. The Quality of Life Committee recommended approval. We have resolution R23-254 by council members Moreno, Morel, Jeruso, Harris, King, Green, and Thomas. The Climate Change and Sustainability Committee recommended approval. On top of page 10, we have resolution R23-255 by council members Moreno, Morel, Jeruso, Harris, King, Green, and Thomas. The Climate Change and Sustainability Committee recommended approval. Those are all the matters on the consent agenda.
Council President, we have some comments on, e-comments on the consent
yeah.
agenda.
We also have, Mr. Burnside, I don't have your ticket yet, but I'm assuming you want to speak.
Sometimes you might not.
Okay, well, one second, let me let Ms. Sekhmet go first. She's on one item. And after Ms. Sekhmet, we'll bring up Mr. Burnside. After Mr. Burnside, Anita will do public comments. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Segmet Shabaka. My name is pronounced SEC-MET, and I am here to speak on behalf of the health crisis that is going on for not properly recycling. And so I just want everyone to know that New Orleans is a seafood state. We're eating out of the sea, and mostly all of the seafood have cancer, which means that when we get we're getting cancer from the seafood. And so my health concern was recycling, because most of the cancer is coming from the plastic that we're refusing to recycle properly. The only program that's put in place is if I want to recycle, I have to call 311, get a recycling machine, order the sticker from somewhere else to put on the side of the bucket, then pay someone to come get my recycling materials. When technology has arisen, if you go to California, you go in any of the supermarkets, you might find a recycling machine that gives 10 cents to the person. Well, if New Orleans bought the recycling machines, which is the paperwork here that I provided, I don't know if everyone has a copy of the recycling here machines, but the machines are available. And there's 5 districts here in New Orleans. And if each district invested, it is about $2 million for 100 machines, but you do have to have that 5 cent available up front to offer the customer to recycle the plastic bottles and aluminum. This will reduce not only the climate changes from when they're burning the materials, but it would clean up the oceans that most of the plastic is ending up in. This is a tourist state that has a lot of waste materials. And I just think that we should really consider where these waste materials are going. And the animals cannot speak, so I'm speaking on behalf of the fish and the shrimp. And I'm also speaking on behalf of every seafood creature that New Orleans eat. They're saying, I have cancer. There's many of universities that saying, I have cancer from the plastic bottles that you all are not throwing away in the trash. So if we can get the recycling program going with just 100 machines in each district, not only would it bring $50 million a month, but 25 million would be the 5 cent to go to the customers to
you.
recycle the
Thank you, Ms.
materials.
Sekhmet. That
Thank
is your
you.
time. Appreciate it. Mr. Burnside. Mr. Burnside, if you could you tell us which items you're speaking on, please?
Certainly, number 1, number 6, and number 16.
Okay.
So in regards to number 1, taking slight liberties. Entergy came and walked through my neighborhood. They've done actually a lot of work there. So this is actually not an attack on Entergy, but it is a report to you. Ms. Harris came through the neighborhood back in November to look at some road work and all this stuff. We pointed out to her staff, 1 pole that had 3 broken cross arms. That staff member did contact Entergy through the council connection. That fell through email exchanges. They contacted each other again. It's been a little while since November, and that 1 pole with 3 broken cross arms still exists. The other thing I want to point out is that AT&T has come out. This is new and hasn't happened in a while, but there was a large AT&T truck, not a contractor, an actual AT&T truck in my neighborhood, and it did fix the situation that has existed since pre-COVID out on the corner of what is South Robertson and St. Andrew. So some good news to go along with the fact that there's plenty of other stuff that needs to be addressed. In regards to number 6, I would like to say thank you. I was on a Zoom conference, the second ever Zoom conference I participated in the other day with regards to homelessness. And nothing was said about the work the health department, sanitation department, and the police department have been doing in encampment cleanup. But I walk under the expressway often along Calliope and Simon Boulevard, Calliope and Leola. And I noticed that it is clean and I know who cleans it. And I just wanted to publicly say thank you to you guys for providing the money and the administration for providing the staff and helping all of us with that particular situation. Everybody likes to live in a clean environment. The last thing I want to touch on briefly here on the consent agenda is slightly disagreeable. It has to do with calendar number 34-183-1. I was allowed at least an hour of Executive Director Rivera's time, and we discussed this at length, so I'm not going to beat it to death. But I will say publicly that the report suffered from a lack of editing, and I disagree with the final outcome of the situation. There is not a vacant lot at 351 Calliope Street. It is a parking lot. There is already street access to that parking lot. And I disagree with the professionals at the Department of Public Works, and I disagree with the professionals at the City Planning Commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and happy belated birthday, Mr. Burnside. All right. Online comment, please, Anita. Thank you.
There are 12 online comments regarding R 23-244, declaring June as Eat Local Month. First comment is from Eliza Munoz. New Orleans food is known throughout the world for its flavor, ingenuity, and history. I'm thrilled to see council declare June Eat Local Month and take this important step in supporting agriculture, which is the backbone of a healthy food system and community. Thank you all for your support, and we look forward to continued work together to help alleviate the challenges facing owners. Jamie Montpellier says, I am a supporter of the local food system and a backyard gardener, and I wholeheartedly support R 23-244. Urban agriculture promotes a healthy lifestyle and helps make spaces in our city more beautiful. Simplifying the process for people to more easily grow food just makes sense. Please pass this resolution. Pamela Broom comments, it is with heartfelt gratitude that I offer support regarding R 23-244 to endorse sustained efforts to have urban agriculture acknowledged and realized as a viable tool for community, economic, and ecological development in the city of New Orleans. For decades, I've worked as an urban cultivator and nonprofit manager, envisioning municipal government provision of an urban agriculture-focused infrastructure that offers the New Orleans community of growers access to secure land with the applicable zoning and ordinances as a major win for our city. To conduct productive growing operations would be a global model for how to utilize our semi-tropical environs to build a healthy urban food system in our world-renowned agricultural state. Lizzie Stewart says, I am writing in support of this resolution as a gardener that operates a community garden. I've seen firsthand the benefits to the environment and the community through the creation and maintenance of green spaces in our neighborhood. Supporting this resolution would be one step toward making New Orleans a more sustainable place to live. I support a greener New Orleans and think the council should do the same. Devin Wright, representing Sprout, says, first, thank you to Councilmember Harris and the rest of council for the opportunity to present to the Quality of Life Committee last week. It was wonderful being able to present to you all about the work that we have been doing for years. We are excited to be taking this next step and building on the work of so many folks over the last 2 decades. Thank you to all the folks who have supported this campaign since the early 2000s. I wanted to reiterate that the support we are requesting is to address the largest barriers that growers in the city of New Orleans face. These barriers prevent small businesses from getting their footing and community green space from flourishing over the long term. With the help of council, we can tackle these barriers and secure the full spectrum of benefits that urban agriculture offers. At present, we are not maximizing the potential of urban agriculture in our city. We cannot afford to continue to delay real support for urban agriculture, given the climate crisis and dire social conditions we are facing today. The residents of New Orleans deserve vibrant green space and opportunities. We deserve beauty and a local food system that comprehensively supports local food producers, purveyors, and consumers. Please demonstrate your support for our local food system and our local food producers by voting yes on R 23-244 on the consent agenda. We look forward to working together to implement long-term solutions and realize the vision of a greener New Orleans. Emily Mickley Doyle says, no, excuse me, Cheryl Nunes says, my name is Cheryl Nunes, and I'm one of the owners of the operators of River Queen Greens, a commercial vegetable farm in the city of New Orleans. I'm writing to express my support for R 23-244. The value of urban agriculture is clear and present to us every day, whether selling vegetables to excited customers at the farmers markets, working alongside our work trade volunteers at a weekly pickup, or hosting an educational workshop, or even free concert at our farm in Lower Coast, Algiers. These experiences are enriched and in some cases even made possible by the fact that our farm is in Orleans Parish and therefore immediately accessible to the entire city. Neighborhood farms and green and gardens contribute greatly to thriving communities, and we would not want to farm anywhere else. The demand for local agriculture is here. The farmers need the understanding and support of the city to help ensure that our businesses are prioritized and recognized for the value we bring to our communities. That is why I wholeheartedly support and endorse Greener New Orleans Platform R 23-244. Thank you for your time. Emily Mickley Doyle says, I'm a gardener and regenerative food system advocate who urges you to pass this resolution to support the development of our local food system. Urban agriculture is an important strategy for mitigating and adapting to the climate crisis disproportionately affecting New Orleans, as well as an opportunity for equitable economic development, fresh food access, and social connection. I ask that you adopt this platform and publicly support this work as it is integral to building a sustainable future here in the Gulf South. Alina Hillary says, as a volunteer at a local community garden, it's important to me to have access to green spaces within my community, and I support the development of New Orleans' local food system. It's essential to have the ability to grow plants and produce near one's home in order to provide much needed homes for pollinating insects and to combat the many food deserts in the city. Having access to fresh produce should not be just a privilege to those with money. Lack of access to healthy foods is a social and environmental justice issue that the passing of R 23-244 resolution would help to address. Please pass this resolution and help support urban agriculture and healthy communities. Grace Treffinger says, I'm writing to urge the council to support R 23-244. By doing this, you are showing your commitment to supporting the growth of a local food system and all the positive ripple effects that creates. As all of you know, we are facing increased impacts from the present and growing climate crisis, especially in a city like New Orleans that is on the front lines. Many of our friends are local farmers, growers who experience unimaginable challenges, many due to our changing climate and many not, just to barely make a living growing food for us to eat. There are also plenty of community members who grow their own food and share with their neighbors. Growing food and having increased green space for cover cropping, growing perennials, annuals, etc., sequesters carbon and can even have a cooling effect on our microclimates. It's also a beautiful way to build community and connection. Please take the small step to support urban agriculture by supporting R 23-244. Peter Robbins Brown with Louisiana Progress says, making New Orleans a greener city will create untold positive benefits, including creating a healthier, more secure food source for residents, beautifying our neighborhoods, reducing heat and the associated costs of cooling, and it could even reduce crime. Studies show that lower temperatures, higher levels of community pride, reduced blight, and greener neighborhoods can lead to lower crime rates. For those reasons and more, I urge you to pass this resolution. Thank you. Chris Gang says, hi, my name is Chris and I'm a farmer from New Orleans. For years, I've worked as a farmhand and farm manager locally in Orleans and St. Tammany parishes, as well as seasonal farm jobs in other parts of the country. I started my own farm and nursery business in 2022 on a privately owned empty lot with an informal temporary agreement about space use. And I'm currently in the process of looking for land to buy or lease long-term where I can grow vegetables and flowers, ideally in the lower 9th ward. I ask you to support R 23-244 because I believe our communities need better access to local healthy foods, because our neighborhoods deserve more green spaces rather than empty lots, and because the city needs more climate resiliency in the face of future disruptions to the supply chain. But most of all, I ask for your support because this will make it easier for farmers like me to access land, to build our small businesses and create good jobs here in the city. Margaret Kaiser says, please pass R 23-244 and support the development of our local food system. I'm a farmer and nursery grower in New Orleans and have always advocated for an advancement in our urban agriculture policy alongside the work I do growing. The pressures of climate change, coupled with the very devastating recent disasters of hurricanes Ida and Zeta and the COVID-19 pandemic have made southeastern Louisiana a very risky and challenging place to run an agricultural business. However, some of the biggest challenges I've come up against have been caused by burdensome city processes, spending hours on the phone with Sewage and Water Board because of being overcharged, permits taking 6+ months to get approved, or fear of a blight citation because of a lack of understanding of sustainable and regenerative agricultural practices. The farmers, growers, gardeners, and food farm advocates in the city are a vibrant group of people with a clear idea of what it means to be in community with each other and our neighbors, how to build resiliency in the face of impending climatic disasters, and how important healthy, nutritious food is for every New Orleanian and Louisianian. Passing R 23-244 and supporting a greener New Orleans will undoubtedly be a win for each of us and will remove unnecessary burdens for those already growing their farms and nurseries and gardens. Thank you for your time and consideration. And that's it for the online comments.
All right, thank you, Anita. Members, that completes the public comment for our consent agenda. I'll make a motion to adopt. Seconded by Councilmember Harris. All in favor? 6 yeas, no nays.
Council members, we're now going to go to page 29 because at this moment, we cannot do our land use matters until 11. On top of page 29, ordinance calendar number 33,893 has been withdrawn. Ordinance calendar number 34,124 has been deferred to 6/22. On top of page 30, ordinance calendar number 34,143 by Councilmember Jeruso. An ordinance to require augmentation of the contact information included on rockwork.nola.gov, which was designed to provide the public with information about the Federal Emergency Management Agency funded joint infrastructure recovery roads projects currently under construction and planned citywide and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Madam Clerk, sorry, this is deferred
To
to 7:30, is next meeting 7:13?
6/22.
Oh, sorry, 6/22.
Okay,
Thank you.
Is your next one deferred or going forward?
This is deferred and referred to budget.
Okay,
No? Right, but has it gone to budget? Well, let's see if anybody has any questions about this one, Madam Clerk. I'm fine with going forward, but if anybody has a question, I'm fine with referring it to budget.
all right. I'll
Thank you.
read it into the record. We have ordinance calendar number 34,182 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 70-101 of the Code of the City of New Orleans relative to authorized petty cash accounts to increase the amount of petty cash available to the Chief Administrative Office Equipment Maintenance Division to $10,000 so that the Equipment Maintenance Division has access to sufficient petty cash to pay for vehicle title and registration fees and other related expenses and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. From the Mayor's Office, EMD Equipment Maintenance Division must make payments from petty cash to Louisiana Department of Motor Vehicles for title and registration for city vehicles. The current authorized amount in the city code of $1,000 does not provide enough petty cash for EMD to pay for title and registration fees for multiple city vehicles at one time. Therefore, EMD is asking to increase the amount of petty cash on hand, $10,000 to enable EMD to pay for multiple vehicle registrations at one time. Seems like a reasonable request to make sure that title is being done correctly. Councilmember Green? Councilmember Green?
Well, this is kind of an obvious question. So there's gonna be $10,000 at a city office just in cash to make these kind of payments?
I mean, I guess we can talk to the state about the idea that things shouldn't have to be in cash, but if the state requires cash, what are we supposed to do?
All right, we need to talk to our legislators.
I think we need to talk to I agree with you about that. It
municipality.
doesn't seem like we should have to have that much cash on.
And it just seems that we are begging for the next article. You know what I mean? The next analysis, the next Inspector General's report, but I will tell you that at the request of the administration, I mean, I understand where it may have to go since the
Yeah.
state requires that. But just to solve this particular problem and to reduce the possibilities of further investigations, I hope that we can get the state to change that policy for a municipality, which is in good standing with the state.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. And obviously with the legislature rather ending today, I think we should put this on our 2024 agenda because it seems like there should be easier ways for municipalities and states to operate in 2023 as opposed to dealing in petty cash.
Right.
All right, I've moved for approval.
Bless you.
Bless you. Second by Councilmember Morel.
Gee, I'm about to vote nay on that.
Need 4 yeas, 1 nay. Thank you.
We're now on top of page 31. Ordinance calendar number 31,191 by Councilmember Thomas by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into an amendment number 1 to amend the cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and Children's Bureau of New Orleans relative to the contract to providing mental health services to youth in order to extend the agreement for additional 1 year to increase the maximum aggregate amount of compensation, to amend the rate of compensation, and to add, modify, or reaffirm certain terms and conditions as more fully set forth in the amendment attached hereto as Exhibit 1 and incorporated and made a part hereof, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
That increases the CEA with the city and the Children's Bureau over $50,000 through 2023. Move adoption. Seconded by Councilmember Morel. Vote your machine. 5 yeas, 6 yeas, no nays, and the ordinance is approved. Thank you.
At the bottom of the page, we have ordinance calendar number 34,193 by Councilmember Green. An ordinance to temporarily waive certain fees, permit fees, and requirements within and around AP Turo Civil Rights Memorial Park located at 1800 AP Turo Avenue, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70116, in conjunction with the Plessy and Ferguson Foundation, Inc. and Plessy Day 2023 on June 10th, 2023 at 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. to specify the duration and boundaries of said waiver and to provide otherwise with respect thereto.
I invite the public and members of the council to come out on Saturday for the commemoration of and the recognition by the Plessy and Ferguson Foundation of that historic incident, and also to be on historic AP Turo. This ordinance provides a fee waiver for facility rental fees at the AP Turo Civil Rights Memorial Park for Plessy Day 2023 Heroes of the 7th Ward. This event will celebrate community activism. And because of that, especially since it's focused on community activism, and I know the members of the Plessy and Ferguson Foundation and their commitment to sharing with us the history of that area and also of the important events involving the civil rights movement. I move for approval. We do have a comment from Mr. Michael Burnside, public comment.
If the city as a institution finds itself in support of other institutions such as nonprofits and wishes to be a co-sponsor for an event that it finds cohesive building and of benefit to the city as a whole, then the city has different ways to do a sponsorship. And if an individual council person wanted to do their Cox money or their Harris money to fund something, who am I to stand in their way? But the idea that the organization that receives the money is not here, the idea that organizations, not this specific organization, but other organizations may be so unwise as to not realize that the city will too also give them free access to recreational facilities. The idea that the city does not have a form on its electronic platforms where any person could apply and has explicit criteria by which either acceptance or non-acceptance will occur, all sort of add up to the idea that quite frankly, favors are being done. Now, politics is about favors being done, because if you want my vote, well, I want utility poles that don't fall down. And if you want utility poles that do fall down, then I'm not going to vote for you. So I'm not inherently against favors being done, but what I am against is if they're being done for some and not others. Lots of people do good stuff. And some of them are unwise enough not to ask you for free go. I believe that this organization has enough money to pay 50% of the cost if it wanted to. My belief could be false. There is no one here to actually ask questions of. I am not in favor of 100% giveaways. It is rude and devalues money. Right now, we have plenty of money because the federal government has given us a great deal of money. But when I started this, we didn't have enough money to pay for catch basin replacement. And that's what started my unhappiness with 100% giveaways for recreation department facilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burnside. Members of the council, if there are no further comments, I've moved. It's been seconded by Councilman Thomas. Please vote your machines. We have 6 yeas and no nays. Thank you very much for your approval of calendar number 34-193, and come out on Saturday for the foundation's presentation. It'll be nice.
On top of page 32, we have ordinance calendar number 34,194 by Councilmember Green. An ordinance to temporarily waive certain fees, permit fees, and requirements within and around North Lafitte Greenway located at the Lafitte street side of the Greenway between North Prior Street and North Galvez, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70119, in conjunction with the Unity Aid and Pleasure Club, a coalition, and the first annual Unity and Resource Picnic on June 11, 2023 at 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. to specify the duration and boundaries of said waiver and to provide otherwise with respect thereto.
Members of the council, this ordinance approves another fee waiver for the facility rental fees at the North Lafitte Greenway for the inaugural Unity and Resource Picnic hosted by the Unity Social Aid and Pleasure Club. Members, I'm always pleased to see people wanting to use the facilities that our city offers, and I believe that it helps to enhance neighborhood and community participation. So at this time, I move for approval. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Morrell. And members, thank you for your 6-0 vote. Councilmember Morrell, will you join us on that one? That's all right. It's important. Thank you very much. I do want to emphasize as we move along that I've just given you an example of an activity taking place both Saturday and Sunday in District D by 2 organizations that are focused on bringing people together to discuss important issues. I encourage you and the members of the public to come out on both Saturday and Sunday. Thank you.
At the bottom of the page, we have ordinance calendar number.
Madam Clerk, we temporarily pass over this.
Okay. On top of page 33, ordinance calendar number 34,196 by Councilmember King. An ordinance to provide for the designation of public property within designated areas of the city of New Orleans as a temporary clean zone during the time period beginning at 6 a.m. Monday, June 26, 2023, and continuing through and until midnight on Monday, July 3rd, 2023, relative to the use of these areas in conjunction with the 2023 Essence Festival and related activities, to provide for the temporary prohibition of certain permits in the clean zone area, to provide for the temporary prohibition of the transaction of certain business and or commercial activity within the clean zone area, to provide for the imposition of fines and penalties for violations of this ordinance to establish the clean zone as the area bounded by Earhart Boulevard to the Callio Street, Religious Street to Orange Street, proceeding across the Mississippi River along the West Bank levee, continuing across the Mississippi River to Elysian Fields Avenue, North Claiborne Avenue to Tulane Avenue, North Broad to Earhart Boulevard there too, and the Mississippi River. The West Bank levee of Orleans Parish at the parish line, excluding the Louisiana Superdome property, the New Orleans Smoothie King area property, the Ernest M. Morial Convention Center property, to provide a sunset period for applicability and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Council members, I need to recuse myself from this vote because I've done some legal work for Essence Festival.
All right, I make a motion to adopt. Second by Councilmember Moreno. 5 yeas, 6 yeas, 1 recusal, motion's adopted.
On top of page 34, we have ordinance calendar number 34,197 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to direct the Department of City Civil Service in accordance with section 4-1503 of the Home Rule Charter to elevate and provide recommendation to the Civil Service Commission and the City Council relative to amending Rule 8 to establish a bonus annual leave day for NOPD commission officers who meet certain fitness standards on a yearly basis and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With this ordinance, I'm directing civil service to study the possibility of creating one bonus annual leave day for NOPD commissioned officers who meet certain fitness standards each year. This leave day would act as an incentive for officers who voluntarily choose to stay fit. Currently, there is no standard fitness test after the academy unless an officer goes into SWAT. There's also no incentive or compensation for officers who stay or become physically fit, though we know that this is tied to better performance. So this would be a great opportunity to recognize and reward our officers who are putting in the extra work that benefits our residents. So I will move. Councilmember Green has a comment.
Councilmember Harris, I want to thank you for this and gives me an opportunity to just say I appreciate the work of the hardworking officers of the New Orleans Police Department. I see a lot out there because I'm a council member. I see more than I want to see sometimes, but I'm pleased that the NOPD shows up at the incidents where we need to make a difference in our city. I appreciate their work and anything that enhances the ability to get officers to join our force and to be a deep part of the changes that we need to see in our city on a law enforcement arena. I appreciate. Thank you very much.
6 yeas, motion passes. Thank you.
At the bottom of the page, ordinance calendar number 34,199 has been deferred to July 13th and referred to the Governmental Affairs Committee. At the top of page 35, ordinance calendar number 34,200 by Councilmember Thomas by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into amendment number 1 to a previously executed cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the Healing Mind NOLA relative to the public purpose of supporting the New Orleans assisted outpatient treatment programs, ability to coordinate physicians to conduct mental health evaluation for prospective AOT participants in compliance with the Louisiana Revised Statute 2866 to compensate physicians for same by operating the AOT programs through the New Orleans Civil District Court and to connect people in need of mental health treatment with appropriate resources through case management and court supervision, to modify the provisions thereof and extend the term thereof for 1 additional year as more fully set forth in the amendment number 1, the former which is attached here to as Exhibit 1 and made a part hereof, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Part of this initiative with Dr. Avegno and Councilmember Jerusa and administration, especially with the kickoff we had yesterday with this major mental health initiative. It is for severe mental illness, outpatient treatment, provides therapeutic counseling, coordinated supervision and care, and just goes to address those severe issues and increases the compensation by $100,000. Move adoption. Vote your machines. 6 yeas, no nays, and the ordinance is adopted. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, after we close this page, can we revert back to page 32, item 28?
Okay. We're gonna go back to ordinance calendar number 34,195 by Councilmember Morrell. An ordinance to amend and reordain ordinance number 29,239 MCS, ordinance calendar number 33,898 to provide an effective date of such ordinance and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is the ordinance that changes the enabling date for the Healthy Homes Ordinance. In working with safety and permits and code enforcement, we have put together a schedule in which to stagger start, beginning with the largest units and going down to the smallest and getting the appropriate staff in place to make sure we can have full implementation. Just for the information of the public, we separately are introducing a ordinance on first read calendar number 34,230, which deals separately with the Healthy Homes anti-retaliation language, which will move forward on the previous date. Max, you have a comment, as well as followed by Miss Leah LeBlanc from Greater New Orleans Housing NOLA.
Thank you, council members. Maxwell Chardula, Louisiana Fair Housing Action Center. I just want to thank you for the plan for implementation here. We're glad there's a path forward to staffing this up and incorporating it into the regular functions of code enforcement and safety and permits. But I'll just also want to remind you, I can't not do it to tell you how much of an emergency this is for our clients, that we get calls every day from people stuck in unsafe and unhealthy places with mold, leaks, rats, and all sorts of other hazards. So we're just urging you to move as quickly as possible. And one of the ways that you're doing that is making sure that the anti-retaliation protection goes into place. That's fantastic and super important. With regards to that, I mentioned this to the committee that this was heard in before, but we're going to ask all of you to help us get the word out about that protection. It goes into place on July 1st. A lot of people don't know it. A lot of people don't know how it's going to work. There's going to be some risks involved because not everyone's going to be protected. So there's a lot of work that has to be done to inform your constituents about how to use this. And we're going to ask for your help to do that. And then secondly, we just again ask Councilmember Morrell, I know you've committed to this, that you move as quickly as possible to get the money to safety and permits and code enforcement so that they can start hiring for this ASAP. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. LeBlanc.
Hi, my name is Leah LeBlanc. I live on Oak Street. Every step of the way when crafting this ordinance, housing advocates and residents were told to not make perfection the enemy of the good. When the ordinance was watered down last year, we were told that compromise is all part of the process. Now the can has been kicked down the road and the appropriate actions were not taken to ensure that our compromised version of the ordinance is fully implemented in a timely manner. The Greater New Orleans Housing Alliance and Housing NOLA, along with the renters of this city, are watching this inaction play out, and we see where our leaders' priorities truly lie. Although there may not be malintent with this delay, this impact is harmful and jeopardizes the health and safety of our most vulnerable renters. We ask that the council, along with our city leaders, truly put housing first and make healthy living standards a #1 priority. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any online comments?
We have 4 online comments. First comment is from Kevin Fitzpatrick with GNOHA. Please prioritize the Healthy Homes Initiative. Now is not the time to punt on the issues since this will open the door to endless setbacks and postponing. Next comment is from Bob Morrell. The urgency of council's movement on protecting renters does not match the urgency that renters face homelessness and abuse and exploitation from slumlords. If any of you have ever faced housing insecurity, you'd understand how vital it is to get Healthy Homes going ASAP. We need to get started with what we have and continue to grow enforcement. This council continuously dumps money into NOPD, which in turn then they use to illegally purchase vehicles and rims. Why can't you prioritize the well-being of people of all walks of life in the city? Jack Reno Sweeney comments, we compromised residents' right to healthy homes too much already when these regulations were initially passed. Since then, the city has not prioritized the safety and well-being of renters. Should the city delay implementation, you will fail residents yet another time. Our resources have been wasted on new SUVs and fancy rims, among other toys for NOPD. So we can't allow our representatives to dissemble and claim there isn't enough money to offer fair and competitive compensation for staff and rigorously protect the rights of renters. City council must make healthy living standards a real priority. And the last comment is from Annie Moran. As a renter, because the housing crisis and exorbitant cost of real estate prevents me from being able to be a homeowner, even with an average yearly income of $60,000. I have seen countless neglected rental units throughout the years, each time I've had to look for new housing. Slumlords are abundant in our city, and I am pleased that the council has explored employing more code enforcement officers and an executive director for this program. Nevertheless, our leaders are juggling the needs of people by delaying implementation. We need to act quickly, for the risks are tremendous and residents' quality of life is being jeopardized. I implore the council to put housing first and prioritize healthy homes. Hurricane season is here, and now is not the time to engage in political games with the citizens of New Orleans. Securing staff to execute this program must be done swiftly to ensure that residents do not suffer or lose housing at the hands of neglectful slumlords. The city did not prioritize hiring enough staff for this program. Therefore, they did not prioritize the safety and well-being of our renters. The majority of our citizens rent. Unfortunately, due to the lack of availability of affordable housing ownership, affordable home ownership opportunities, I demand that the council make healthy living standards a #1 priority for our citizens. That's it for the online comments.
Thank you. See no further comments. I will move to adopt. Second by Councilmember King, please vote your machines. 5 yeas, no nays. The matter is adopted. I believe we're taking up 2 items, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. We're now going to go to page 36. We have ordinance calendar number 34,202 by Councilmember Thomas by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the University Medical Center Management Corporation for a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of reducing community violence as more fully detailed in the CEA form attached hereto as Exhibit A, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Part of this violence interruption program, once again, joined with efforts by Councilmember Jerusalem, Mental Health, Dr. Vegno, and the mayor. UMC was going to hire additional hospital-based violence interruption staff to implement services. The city is going to provide the funding, oversight, as well as the coordination. And the maximum aggregate of the funding over 3 years is $1,889,936.22, and in 2023, $482,445.79. 2024, $689,441.90, and in 2025, finally, with an allocation of $718,048.53. Move adoption. Seconded by Councilmember Jeruso. Vote your machines, please. 6 yeas, no nays, and the ordinance is adopted. Thank you.
At the bottom of the page, ordinance calendar number 34,203 has been deferred to July 13th and referred to the Budget Committee. Council members, we now need to go to page 58. We have resolution R 23-274 by Councilmember Thomas. Ratifying and approving the 2023 Moto owned rules in accordance with section 2-1000 of the Code of the City of New Orleans.
This amendment deals, of course, the Moto on the program that so many of our residents asked about. The amendment says the applicant's property must share common street frontage within the adjudicated property. The applicant must also reside in the abutting property. And then finally, adjudicated property sale price can't be any more than the closing cost. These amendments increases the amount of eligible properties and reduces the cost of participation by homeowners. And we do have one speaker, Mr. Burnside. More to own.
So in regards to Moto own. So significant rule changes from Moto own 2.0. It says you do not have to live next door to the adjudicated lot. Your adjoining property may be rental property or other vacant lot that you own. You being a person who can be juridical. We have the STR situation here. Any juridical person, out-of-state investor can own any vacant lot and they can hire some landscaping company to come and mow the adjacent vacant lot and gain ownership for basically nothing. Next, the selected list will be monthly value less than $25,000 per assessed land value. The assessor assesses land value much less than he should. The Civic Source just finished selling 3 lots near to my property. First lot was 19,500. Next lot was 29,500. Last one was 49,500. All of these lots are valued less than $6,000 on the assessor's lot. The next thing that can happen is that you're only going to be doing 25 to 50 properties. You're going to plan to expose, I'm not sure what that means, 25 to 50 properties per month for 3 months. We have thousands of vacant lots in this city. If everybody who lived next to a vacant lot wanted to mow it and own it, you're going to have a problem because you only got 25 or 50 of them out of thousands of potential eligible people. And I will say something good. Apparently, the vacant lot can't be sold without approval from the city for 5 years. So if we actually enforce that, we have at least one good thing to say about this program. I am not in favor of out-of-state investors able to pile up vacant lots beside vacant lots beside vacant lots simply because they can afford to hire a landscaping company to mow some grass. You are taking land out of the hands of the poor.
Thank you.
Mr. Burnside, you state your name and address. I'm sorry. We continue to not remember.
My name is Michael Eric Burnside, 2215 Felicity Street.
Thank you.
Thank you for your concerns, Mr. Burnside. Of course, I don't think anybody up here is for out-of-state property grabbers to amass property, but this is one of those pieces of legislation that bubbled up from the community. I think every week, I know as a district council member, we get calls about Moto own, people who take care of property that's directly adjacent to that, who would love to have the right to be able to purchase or access that property because they're already maintaining it. So this is a legislative solution, and hopefully that the 25 lots, you're dealing with the capacity issue. So hopefully at some point as we grow and as we lessen the load of these blighted lots, it'll become more manageable and we'll be able to deal with more. With that, I'll move it up. Councilmember Green.
I just want to add to that because it's important to me, and you all know that I focus a lot on certain areas of my district which have an abundance of overgrown properties, especially in the Desire, Florida area. The solution to this is for owners to cut their lots. The solution for this is for owners to recognize that when you walk by and see lots that haven't been cut since Hurricane Katrina, that they are doing a bad thing for the city of New Orleans. Frankly, I don't care if the lot is owned by someone who's on another planet. At the end of the day, we need to do everything that we can to reduce the level of blight in our city. And I'll just be on the record as saying, we have to address this issue in whatever ways we can. And this is just one of the many ways, but I want to encourage owners to simply cut and maintain their lots. Have some regard for the people who are near you and who are on the block. That's all.
Councilmember Morrell.
Thank you. Mr. Burnside, I share many of your concerns. I think that one thing we'll find fairly quickly in that 3-month period is whether or not your fears will materialize, because I think that certainly if in those few amount of lots that we have over that 3-month period, if we see them being purchased and grabbed up by a certain amount of people in a certain timeline that creates a certain narrative, then the reality is maybe this program doesn't need to be around. So I think in a way, it'll create proof positive one way or the other. And I think to your point, there are thousands of adjudicated properties we have to deal with blight, not just uncut lots, but literally blighted homes. I think the city is trying to find different ways to address it. I don't know if this is the best way, but I certainly think at this time, it's worth seeing if it works. No, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Morrell. We wouldn't have gentrification without land grab. We wouldn't have African-American, especially historical African-American indigenous communities being pushed out of their communities without land grab. But we also wouldn't have vacant lots and blight next to proud folk who live in communities that are affecting their property rights without neglectful property owners. So hopefully this trial will give us at least a framework to work from so that maybe will address your concerns and Councilman Morrell concerns, but we also start to eliminate the blight. You know, people move people out of communities. Neglect moves people out of communities, and people who promulgate and set the table for that neglect move people out of communities. So this may not be all of the answers, but this trial basis at least gives us the ability to take a look at it. Because in the community that I grew up in, community that I stay in, where several folk mow a lot, they clean up the block, they address neglectful property owners. They wish they had something like this to deal with a long time ago. Public policy and legislation is not perfect. We would not have the problems that we have right now, but we're going to watch your concerns closely. We're going to take a look. And for Councilmember Green, I hear you about people from another planet, but right now we got people who from everywhere but New Orleans taking advantage of New Orleans. So I don't want no Martians or no people from Jupiter coming here. I just want to deal with the folk from the other states for now. So maybe once we begin to deal with them who are taking over the city and disrespecting our city, maybe we'll deal with the people from the other planets after.
You know, I hear you, but I don't really care if they're from another planet. Truly,
I do.
when I drive down Metropolitan Street near Florida Avenue and 30 lots are overgrown and the people haven't paid attention to them since Katrina, honestly. But okay, I understand.
No,
We'll see how this works.
No, I do.
We'll see how it deals.
Yeah.
500 vacant lots in the Desire area alone,
I do.
250 of them are overgrown because people don't pay attention.
504 proud.
Right. All right.
7 yeas, no nays, and the ordinance and the resolution is adopted. That's up to the chairman, but of course, I mean, oh, no, yeah, absolutely. No, absolutely. Why don't you come to the mic, Mr. Burnside, so you can be on the record.
Thank you, sir. We have a Moto own right now, Moto own 1.0. Moto own 1.0 requires you to live in the adjacent property, not merely to own it. So you can mow if you live next to an adjacent property, your adjacent property now to gain ownership. We have a Moto own 1.0. This is Moto own 2.0 to loosen the rules, to make it more easy for more people to mow grass. But right now, if you live next to a vacant lot, you can come into ownership with it. So I am in favor of the Moto own 1.0, where a person who lives there can help themselves and their neighborhood by taking care of a lot beside them. I see this as a very similar situation to short-term rentals. I'm in favor of short-term rentals when it was one human being living in a house and renting out one bedroom to somebody coming by. But when you have Sanders coming, turning entire neighborhoods into horizontal hotels, we got a problem. I honestly believe, whether I'm right or wrong, that this is an invitation to go from a very small local help yourselves in your neighborhood to at least the potential of people making serious money who don't live here. Thank you, sir, for your point. I appreciate the time and courtesy.
No, that's always. Thank you, Mr. Burnside. To be continued.
Council members, we're now going to go to the regular order on page 11. We have a legislative grouping, the demolition request of James Brown, transmitted the application documents for a demolition permit requiring city council review and approval for the following properties: 2204 through 2206 Parker Street. We have motion M 23-267 by Councilmember King, approving the applicant's request for demolition permit for property located at 2204 through 2206 Parker Street.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please speak above. Okay. So this building's particular property is in very bad shape. It's been an eyesore for the community for years. We have not received any public comment in opposition. Additionally, our office has reviewed the redevelopment plans, which will bring a new construction two-family home to this block. I want to thank the owner for their investment and for doing their part to contribute to the city's housing stock. So at this time, I make a motion. Are there any online comments?
No.
Make a motion to adopt. Second by Councilmember Jeruso. And we have 7 yeas and no nays. The motion is properly adopted.
We're now on top of page 12. We have a legislative group in HDLC appeal of Richard Lindsay on behalf of Sylvia Chris Bibbins, requesting an appeal the Historic District Landmark Commission's decision to levy a fine for $20,000 for property located at 2123 Soniat Street. We have motion M 23-259 by Councilmember Harris, overruling and approving the applicant's request to appeal a fine for $20,000 for unpermitted demolition of the property located at 2123 Soniat Street.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This motion would overrule the HDLC's decision to levy a $20,000 fine for unpermitted demolition on Soniat Street. Eleanor, can you brief us on the HDLC report?
Sure. The applicant requested retention approval of the demolition work already completed, as well as additional exterior wall demolition. At this point, the current proposal essentially calls for demolishing and replacing the entirety of the historic building fabric. Based on the contributing rating of the building, and because the applicant did not apply for a building permit or seek HDLC approval prior to the commencement of work, staff recommended the commission vote to approve the request of retention and additional exterior wall removal and to levy a fine for the unpermitted demolition. Because this demolition was completed after August 1st, it is subject to the current demolition fine structure ranging from $1,000 to $27,000. The commission voted to uphold the staff recommendation and levied a fine of $20,000.
Thank you. While I normally side with HDLC, especially on fines, this is a case of an elderly woman who hired a licensed contractor, and that contractor went ahead with work he knew he needed a proper permit for, but did not get. If we were able to find the contractor directly, I'd be upholding this fine, as the work was clearly done illegally without any input from HDLC. However, this fine would be imposed on a property owner who cannot afford it and is at no fault for the unpermitted demolition. And that's why I'm overruling the HDLC and eliminating the fine. I do want to work with Eleanor and folks at the HDLC on figuring out how and if we can find contractors who go ahead with work that's unpermitted rather than taking advantage of the people that they work for. I've moved. Second by Councilmember King. Five yeas, thank you.
Do we need to reconsider this, Adam? Mrs. Cecil, what was that vote? So we have to reconsider that vote because because Councilmember Morrell is sitting there and he has to vote. I voted. We have 5-2.
5-2.
Yes. So that would put you as out, not in, sir.
All right. Do we have to motion to reconsider?
Please.
I so do. I so move.
Seconded. Seven years.
Okay, now you can,
Okay, so I'm gonna move on item 2B. Seconded by Councilmember Jeruso. Please vote your machines. Six shays.
who's that?
Right. Seven.
Now, on top of page 13, we have a legislative group in HDLC appeal of Peter Gardner requesting to appeal the Historic District Landmarks Commission's decision of denial of the application for demolition of more than 50% of the existing wall structure through raising a contributing one-story single-family residential building for property located at 720 Moss Street. We have motion M23-257 by Councilmember Jeruso, approving and granting the demolition request of more than 50% of the existing wall structure through the increase in height to the property located at 720 Moss Street.
Ms. Burke?
Overall, the proposed exterior alterations to raise the building significantly impacts the existing building type. The HDLC encourages more architecturally sensitive proposals that accommodate square footage through the construction of rear or side additions that better maintain the significance and character of the streetscape. The desired square footage of approximately 1,300 square feet could easily be accommodated through the construction of a rear two-story addition. For these reasons, staff recommended denial of the proposed demolition through raising the building. At their meeting of May 3rd, 2023, the commission reviewed photos of the structure, the staff report, and testimony of the applicant. As the proposal does not meet the design guidelines of the HDLC, the commission voted unanimously to deny the application.
Thank you. Mr. Lott?
Yes, good morning, council members. Nathan Lott, Preservation Resource Center, 923 Chapatulas. Speaking for information only, I was at the HDLC meeting where this was considered. I know the property owner. He's done a lot of good projects, preservation projects around the city, but we kind of have here a philosophical difference of approach. So he wants to elevate the building and says that that will result in retention of historic fabric, literally more boards, although there will be some significant changes, but it's going to change the typology of the building. So it'll no longer look like a bungalow, and that through the lens of the National Register integrity will harm the integrity of the district. So what I'm seeing in this project is actually an echo of one I've seen on Esplanade, on Allard Boulevard, on Ferret Street, and some other properties now that we've changed the demolition definition to include elevation for occupied space. So I don't really know what to do with that other than to say, I think we probably need to have a dialogue, maybe at the staff level, and maybe ultimately some more language in our HDLC guidelines about this issue of elevation as demolition, because I think we're going to see more of these as risk rating 2.0 comes online. People who can't afford to elevate buildings or are lucky enough to get FEMA money to do it are going to look to do that. So I think right now there's kind of legitimate views on both sides, and I'm just observing that we probably need to articulate our guidelines better so that Eleanor and her staff don't have to keep coming here on appeals of this nature. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lott. Ms. Johnson?
Susan Johnson, 2822 LePage Street. I am not paid to be here. I am for the HDLC's position on this house against elevation. I wanted to point out, first of all, and I think this does count for something, the person who sold the house to Mr. Gardner had a long conversation with her, and she supports the development. She's open-minded about it. I had to mention that in all fairness, but I myself would like to point out that the big problem with this development is that it's on Moss Street, which is subject to a lot of development lately, subject to oversight by Louisiana landmarks being named as an endangered site in 2022, the Moss Street corridor, and also subject to a so-called visionary study by Jared Zeller, Friends of Bayou St. John, and Mr. Gardner's a sophisticated developer. They all say that they're going to live in the building. I don't know what, if he doesn't end up living there, I don't know what bearing that has on this case. I really don't. But Moss Street has had inappropriate development, two developments, elevations on Moss at 924 Moss and 1308 Moss were cited in the as reasons for adding elevations to the demolition definition in March 2021. So with all due respect, I would like to object most strongly to this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I'll move in conformity with M 23-257. Second by Councilmember Harris. Six yeas, no nays. Nice. Thank you.
We're now on top of page 14. We have a legislative group in the HDLC appeal of Zachary Smith, owner Zach Smith Consulting and Design, requesting to appeal the Historic District Landmark Commission's decision of denial for the retention of inappropriate wood balustrade at the front gallery of contributing two-story, two-family residential building for property located at 801 Belleville Street. Motion M 23-268 by Councilmember King, overruling and granting the applicant's request to retain the front facade balustrade in deviation of approved drawings of a contributing two-story, two-family residential building for property located at 801 Belleville Street.
Any comments?
The as installed hand and foot rails are essentially flat, not matching the provided detail. This condition does not allow water to shed properly at the balustrade and is not historically accurate. It is important to note that the current condition will inevitably lead to the significant deterioration in a short amount of time. Not only do we provide the approved detail for historic integrity, but also as a benefit to the property owners. A properly detailed balustrade is an economic advantage in that it will last significantly longer when properly maintained. Staff recommend denial of the hand and foot rails as installed, and that these balustrade components be removed and reinstalled as per the HDLC detail. At their meeting of May 3rd, 2023, the commission reviewed the staff report, photos of the as-built condition. Because the railings don't meet the guidelines and will deteriorate quickly, the commission denied the application for retention.
I'm gonna make a motion to overrule HDLC and approve the applicant's request. Probably second by Councilman Harris. 7 yeas, no nays. Motion's adopted. Thank you.
We're now on top of page 15, a legislative grouping. The HDLC appeal of Keisha Calderon and Morgan Peely, property owners, requesting to appeal the Historic District Commission, Landmark Commission's decision of denial of the application for retention of the screen-in porch and second floor deck at the rear of the building for property located at 1716 through 1722 South Rampart Street. We have motion M 23-260 by Councilmember Harris, overruling and approving the applicant's appeal request for retention of the screen-in porch and second floor deck at the rear of the building for property located at 1716 through 1722 South Rampart Street.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Eleanor?
Between September 2019 and January of 22, the current owners constructed a screened-in porch and second floor deck without a C of A or a building permit. The ARC recommended denial of the construction of the screened-in porch and deck at the rear as they are acontextual to the style of the building and do not meet the HDLC guidelines. The design guidelines require porch designs in keeping with the building style and do not permit decks that are visible from the public right-of-way. At their meeting in May, the commission reviewed the staff report and photos of the rear addition. Commission voted unanimously to grant the retention of the previously approved renovation, including the entablature and gallery at the front facade, and deny the application for the retention of the screened-in porch and second floor deck at the rear of the building.
Thank you. Because you can only see this change from the side street, I'm going to overrule HDLC. So I moved, Councilmember Jeruso has seconded. 7 yeas. Thank you.
We're on top of page. We're now on top of page 16. The HDLC appeal of 7417 through 7421 Burke Street has been deferred to June 22nd. At the bottom of the page, we have the VC, a legislative grouping, the VCC appeal of Karen Glazer Stein, requesting to appeal the Bucharest Commission's decision of denial at the meeting of February 8, 2023, to retain work completed without benefit of VCC review and approval, including gallery millwork modifications per application and materials received 12/16/2022 for properties located at 1000 through 1012 St. Philip Street. We have motion M23-269 by Councilmember King denying the applicant's appeal request for properties located at 1000 through 1012 St. Philip Street.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Block.
Thank you. This is an appeal of the Bucharest Commission's decision of denial to retain work completed without benefit of VCC review and approval, including gallery millwork modifications. The work without permit violations was being appealed are alterations to the rear building completed between late 2005 and 2008. In 2012, the VCC staff inspected the property, issuing a violation notice for unpermitted work, including installation of replacement columns that did not match previous installation of coffered ceiling and inappropriate balustrade. An appeal to retain most of the work was submitted to the VCC in late 2013. It was denied as several significant violations were not addressed. And there were several other appeals that I won't go through, but just to state that this has gone to the VCC for appeal and been denied several times over the years. February 8, 2023, VCC heard another appeal of an architecture committee denial to retain the work. Photographic documentation showed the historic columns and handrail had been in place since 2006, and work had been approved to repair or replace the deteriorated fascia board, wooden balcony components as needed to match existing. The retention of the columns denied by the Architecture Committee and Commission when it was appealed in 2012, 13, 15. The applicant then proposed to replace them and received a permit to replace them in 2015, but that work was never completed. The applicant's architect stated that the late owner had been told to install 42-inch rails by the Department of Safety and Permits. VCC regularly receives these sort of applications because we understand the current building codes do modify existing rail requirements to 42 inches. However, we have many ways of providing details for railings to be adjusted to that height that vary from what was done in this case, which was very inappropriate. The VCC Commission stated that the violations had been cited on a continuous basis and there were other ways to reach code compliance. As this work has already been in place for 17 years at this point, although it's been cited since 2012 as a violation, VCC staff respectfully recommends denial of this appeal.
Thank you. We have Ms. Stein who submitted a comment card.
Yes. Thank you, Brian, for that long list, but I'm not here to appeal everything. As he knows, part of what has been done, I've gotten partial permits and construction has begun. I just wanted to appeal a very small segment of the litany that he just described. And that is, I was cited for having floodlights in my patio and for having cameras, which I was permitted for 10 years ago. They failed and were replaced with the next generation, and I was cited for that. So all I wanted to appeal today was the retention of my floodlights, which have been there forever and are not visible from the street. I took pictures of a 6-block area. I have copies for everyone. That from the street side showing everyone has these floodlights. Mine are not on street level. They are inside of my patio for security and safety and vision. So the only thing I was here today to appeal, because we had worked out things I had thought with Brian on the rest of the things. So it's a minor issue that I'm here to appeal today. If you would like to look at the pictures that I am submitting to say, I got 50 pictures showing everyone has these floodlights. I've got another 30 showing cameras of all kinds of varieties. Those are the only two things I'm actually appealing and asking to be able to retain today. And if I have to cite why I am doing that, I am going to the Louisiana Supreme Court case back in the 50s, City of New Orleans versus Dan Levy. It just sort of states in part that the actions of the city and the commission in administering the laws in question were unreasonable, capricious, arbitrary, and violation of equal protection. And just says it has to be applied in a fair and things. So 6 other blocks, and that's all that I took photos of. I'm sure if I had walked more in the quarter, these lights and these cameras are everywhere. I feel like I was singled out unjustly for
Please,
having.
speak into the mic.
Oh, I'm sorry. So that is what I'm here today. I'm a very specific, very narrow appeal.
Mr. Block, do you?
Yes, I was under the impression that we were here to appeal the other issues. In that light,
You need,
I'll-
want to defer it maybe?
I would recommend that we defer it so I can respond to that part of the denial that she received at the commission level.
All right. Madam Clerk, going to defer this motion to the next meeting.
So on page 16, the legislative group and the VCC appeal will be deferred to 6/22 as well as motion M23-269.
Thank you.
We're now on top of page 17. We have a legislative grouping, zoning docket 6622, 3310 Conti Street LLC, requesting a conditional use to permit a neighborhood commercial establishment in an HURD2 historic urban 2-family residential district on square 450, lot X in the 2nd Municipal District, bounded by Conti Street, Bienville Street, North Norman C. Francis Parkway, and North Rendon Street. Municipal address 3310 Conti Street. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval. We have motion M23-261 by Councilmember Harris, approving and granting the applicant's conditional use request for zoning docket 6622.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Stephen?
Yes, quickly, this is a application to allow a building on Conti just off of Norman C. Francis to be used as a neighborhood commercial establishment, which is a very restrictive zoning classification that in this case would allow a coffee shop to occupy the structure. Originally a shotgun single, it was used as commercial space since at least the 1960s, and therefore fits generally within the purpose of the zoning regulation, which is to allow for the commercial use of residentially zoned but historic commercial structures. So with that in mind, the Planning Commission recommends approval.
Thank you, Stephen. I've moved. I need a second. Seconded by Councilmember King. Please vote your machines. 6 yeas. Thank you.
On top of page. We're now on top of page 18. We have legislative group and zoning docket 1223, City Council motion M2312, requesting an amendment to the text of the comprehensive zoning ordinance to require security measures and crime mitigation efforts at parking structures and parking lots, specifically within the use standards in section 20.3.00, 20.3.001, and 20.3.002, as well as any related regulations, including section 21.5. Possible security measures and crime mitigation efforts for consideration include but are not limited to required on-site employees and parking lot attendants, adequate lighting, and the installation of panic buttons, emergency call boxes, and security cameras. The motion also requests consideration of whether certain parking structures and parking lots to be exempt, including those that are not open to the public, those that are locked or gated, and those below a certain number of parking spots or square footage citywide. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval. Motion M23-262 by Councilmember Harris, approving and granting the applicant's text amendment request for zoning docket 1223.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This motion approves CPC's recommendation to require a security plan and one light for every 10 spaces in new parking lots and parking garages. Will you brief us on the CPC report?
Sure, very quickly, as you know, this comes in response to a rash of vehicular crimes occurring in parking lots recently, often during major events. Many of the city's existing parking lots are not secure in that they are not surveilled very well. They don't have barriers that prevent, continuous access. And so these regulations are in response to that. So we already have much better zoning regulations for parking lots than we did at, many years ago when these parking lots were developed. That includes landscape standards and other things that, in addition to beautify in a parking lot, also sort of fortify their edges. But this goes a step further and creates minimum standards around site lighting, around security, around cameras, which will further improve the physical security of the parking lots. And so the Planning Commission recommends modified approval with those amendments that you described.
Thank you, Stephen. Missy Quigley.
Good morning, council members. Missy Quigley with Sherman Strategies here representing some parking lot owners. We just wanted to thank Councilmember Harris for meeting with us on this and discussing it. We think it's really important to combat crime in these parking areas, and we just really appreciate you going forward with this and including our feedback. Thank you.
Thank you for the kind words. Any online comment? All right, I've moved, seconded by Councilmember Thomas. Mr. Burnside has a card. Come on up.
During Mr. Kroll's speech, I triggered on something about parking lots. So I personally know of 3 parking lots that are reasonably near where I either live or walk that do not meet current rules. New parking lots put in, paved, striped, don't meet current rules. I've fought one parking lot owner to the point where the then head of safety and permits put a stop work order on that parking lot. It didn't matter. So parking lots don't meet current rules as far as landscaping and other type of requirements. I can point to 3 new parking lots that are substantial and good sized parking lots. So it becomes a question of enforcement. It's just like short-term rentals. If the rules we got now are not enforced, how is the enforcement of this going to be implemented and any different than other rules?
Thank you for the comment, Mr. Burnside. If you get me those addresses, we will report them to code enforcement. I'm going to go ahead and move. Seconded by Thomas, 6 shays. Thank you.
We're now on top of page 19, legislative grouping, zoning docket 1423, city council motion M2343, requesting an amendment to the text of the comprehensive zoning ordinance to create standards for affordable home ownership opportunities by amending Article 5, Article 26, and or Article 28, and any related articles according to the City Planning Commission, and to consider the community land trust model to define and create standards for affordable home ownership development. The proposed text change would affect properties citywide, the recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for modified approval. We have motion M 23-263 by Councilmember Harris, approving and granting the applicant's text amendment request for zoning docket 1423.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Stephen, do you have any comment on this?
Yeah, very briefly, this is the next step in the city's implementation of inclusionary zoning standards. IZ was always intended to include both rental and for sale home ownership opportunities. So far, the rental side has been implemented. The for sale home ownership process has not. This gets us a step farther down that line by providing a ability for voluntary home ownership IZ for properties with units providing up to 10% of, or at least 10% of units at affordable rates at a 120% AMI, and that those projects will be given density and parking bonuses. This is that first step on the home ownership side. It's going to be followed by a market feasibility study that is working its way through the procurement process, and that's going to happen in the coming weeks. And this basically will get us to a more robust IZ program on both the rental and home ownership side.
This is fantastic. I'm really excited that we can take this step forward to make affordable for sale housing an option for developers and residents. And I look forward to continuing the process and continuing to work with CPC and the advocates for affordable housing and home ownership. I have two in-person comment cards, Leah LeBlanc and then Maxwell.
Hi, my name is Leah LeBlanc. I live on Oak Street. The Greater New Orleans Housing Alliance and Housing NOLA support this zoning docket as a stepping stone towards eventually creating affordable home ownership development opportunities under the mandatory inclusionary zoning, with payment in lieu being directed towards home ownership NOFA for affordable housing developers to take advantage of. This zoning docket is a step in the right direction and fills the gaps of the original smart housing mix set in place many years ago. We look forward to this policy working in tandem with the Inclusionary Zoning Office's updated market feasibility analysis as we continue this conversation around systemically addressing our city's affordable housing crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Maxwell.
Thank you, council members. Maxwell Chardula, Louisiana Fair Housing Action Center. We're also very supportive of this. There's no silver bullet to our affordable housing crisis. And so when developers specifically opt in and want to create affordable units, we should make that as easy as possible. And that's part of what this does. So I appreciate you actually making this happen. I think the one piece that I hope that we continue to study and potentially adjust is the required term of affordability here of only 5 years. It's 10 years for soft seconds. I think that at the very least those should match. And then I look forward to more opportunities to study how we do this with community land trusts so that we can make these permanently affordable and serve families generation after generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Maxwell. I know we have 5 online comments.
Yes.
Okay.
First comment is from Kevin Fitzpatrick, representing GNOHA. I support the smart housing mix. We need much more access to affordable housing in New Orleans. Melissa Van Diver says, please vote yes on zoning docket 1423. So to alleviate barriers to affordable home ownership, why not allow the average worker of the city to be able to put down roots and build wealth and equity here? After the Brown's Dairy debacle, the city should be making it easier for affordable housing developers to build without fear of their projects becoming unviable. Our city is in desperate need of more single family and 2-family home ownership opportunities. Colin Felsman with People's Housing Plus. People's Housing Plus strongly supports this motion. As a nonprofit affordable housing developer and community land trust, these new initiatives create a tool that can help to generate additional units of permanently affordable housing. People's Housing Plus will draw on our experience with CLT home ownership to support the city with the monitoring and compliance of an IZ home ownership program. We intend to proactively partner with market rate developers eager to take advantage of density bonuses. Thank you for your consideration. We hope you will approve this motion. Kendra Smith Parks says our city is in desperate need of more single-family and two-family home ownership opportunities. Zoning docket 1423 would assist in pulling back red tape for small-scale developers and allow New Orleans to spread its affordable housing footprint. Put housing first and support zoning docket 1423. And the last comment is from Annie Moran. As a middle-aged person making a good living who has never been able to afford to buy a decent home, it's apparent to me that our nation and especially our city is suffering a housing crisis. The cost of real estate continues to soar arbitrarily, and yet wages are stagnant. Housing advocates have been calling for the city to include home ownership within the smart housing mix for years, and I couldn't agree more. New Orleans should be doing all it can to alleviate barriers to developers to create affordable home ownership opportunities for its residents, not prioritizing tourists and opportunist developers largely from out of town who are eating up our housing units and lots for profit while locals struggle to find suitable homes at affordable prices. We cannot have a repeat of Brown's Dairy site by losing more crucial home ownership opportunities to large-scale STR operators. The city should be making it easier for affordable housing developers to build without fear of their projects becoming unviable. Our city is in a desperate need of more single-family and two-family home ownership opportunities. Zoning docket 1423 would assist in pulling back red tape for small-scale developers to allow New Orleans to spread its affordable housing footprint. Put housing first and support zoning docket 1423.
Thank you, Anita. Again, we all know we're in the midst of an affordable housing crisis, and this really does provide an additional opportunity so that families can build wealth in New Orleans. So I've moved, seconded by Councilmember Thomas. 7 yeas. Thank you all.
We're now on top of page 20. A legislative grouping, zoning docket 1923, GPD 2200 Jackson Avenue LLC. Requesting a zoning change from an HURM1 historic urban multifamily residential district to an HUB1A historic urban neighborhood business district on square 264, lots 2, 3, and 4, and the 4th municipal district bounded by Jackson Avenue, Barone Street, Brainerd Street, and Phillip Street. Municipal addresses 1758 through 1760 Jackson Avenue and 2200 through 2212 Barone Street. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval. We have motion M23-264 by Councilmember Harris, approving and granting the applicant's zoning change request for zoning docket number 1923.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Stephen, can you brief us on the report and the process? Because I'm getting a card that says no community input.
Sure, that's a good question. This is a zoning change to facilitate the redevelopment of a vacant lot at Jackson and Barone. It is residentially zoned, but has a commercial history for many years. It was used as a gas station. The gas station was torn down. It's now vacant, but the tanks may remain, which really makes it, due to both that commercial history and the possible presence of tanks, not well suited for the residential use that the zoning allows. This is a zoning change that would allow future commercial use through the HUB1A district, which is a very restrictive sort of neighborhood appropriate residential district, and because it incentivizes and facilitates the redevelopment of the site, Planning Commission is in favor. Speaking to the public notice process, every zoning change application that's initiated by a private property owner has to be preceded by what's called the neighborhood participation plan. So before you even apply, I, as a developer, hold a meeting. I invite community members, those who own property and live within a block of the site, neighborhood organizations, and I hold a meeting where I say, this is what I'm doing, this is why I'm doing it, and this has to be considered by the Planning Commission and Council. So that happened before the application was submitted. As part of the CPC public hearing process, we send postal notice to the same radius of property owners. We also advertise on our website, send out email blasts, advertise in the newspaper. there's a public hearing before the planning commission. The planning commission considers the merits of the application, takes public testimony, and renders a recommendation, which then comes to the council.
All right, Stephen, thank you for explaining the process. Ms. Strickler?
It's actually Stricker.
Stricker.
Allow this woman to speak first and then I will.
Okay,
Good morning.
good morning. Good
How's
to see
everybody
you.
doing? I just wanted to say that I was a part of the process, kind of, sort of. Apparently there was a public meeting in the fall and I was not present. I was not aware of that meeting. I'm from BJB Neighbors United. My name is, I'm sorry, Haringala Amen. We were concerned about the recommendation that the owner made. His application included having a charging station at that corner and a coffee shop. I did attend the planning commission meeting, and that was when I met the owner for the first time. Very lovely young man. He withdrew, he didn't withdraw, he postponed his application because of the pushback, not just from the community, but from the planning commission. He promised that he would include more neighbors in the future. I have not heard from him. So it was really a surprise. I'm doing this at flying by the seat of my pants right now because I just saw the notice. As it relates to notice, the planning commission sent a postcard after that public meeting that I did receive. And the writing was so poor, so shallow, so tiny that I could not read it. So I went to the plan. I don't wear glasses. I don't have to. I went to the planning commission and found out what the application was for in more detail. So when I showed up at the planning commission meeting, I did have an opportunity to talk to the young man. He promised publicly that he would speak to neighbors in the future. So it's a surprise to me that it's up for approval here. And I am concerned that in the future, I don't know what an approval means really, because he has not had the input of the community to come up with a plan that everybody can agree with.
Okay, thank you. And can you state your address for the record? I got your name, but
2119 Brainerd Street, New Orleans, Louisiana. It's 2 blocks away.
yep. Andrea.
Thank you all. Good morning. Andrea Stricker, 2003 Carondelet Street, representing McKenna Museums, which is the George and Leah McKenna Museum of African American Art, located right there in the same area. I too am here to say I was not a part of the hearing or a meeting and did not receive any notification. So I too am undetermined on what's happening. Thank you.
All right, so I just spoke with my land use guru. She said that she will facilitate a meeting with the owner and you all to discuss.
I'm the owner.
Oh, okay, I need you to put a card in after you speak, but go ahead. You got 2 minutes. State your name and address for the record.
Okay. Cornelius Payne. I'm the owner of the property. Address is 833 Jackson Avenue. I want to comment to the reactions to the community. As Stephen mentioned, I did do an MPP process. It was noticed, mailings went out. There was a meeting held at the Central City Library. I'm not sure why the ladies did not receive that notice, but I did send it out. I had a meeting, met with staff numerous times. I did meet with Ms. Charles at that meeting, and we did defer to Mayor Stephen because we were trying to do the electric charging station. The City Council was in process of trying to get the ordinance in place, and we did some twerking and tweaking on that model to come up with a better best practice, which is before you today. I'm happy to defer the matter if you would like to speak with the community, just to show in good faith. So I'm happy to do that if you're open to that.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking is we're going to defer until the next meeting so y'all have a chance to meet and talk. So Madam Clerk, if you can defer this to the 6:13 meeting, is that right? 6/22 meeting. That'd be great. And thank you.
Council, can I do it July? I would be out of town.
Oh, yeah, July, whatever meeting. So
Okay.
July 13th.
the July 13th
Okay, that's
meeting.
fine. All
I
right.
appreciate it.
We're now on top of page 21. We have a legislative grouping or zoning docket 2123, NOLA Commercial Properties LLC, requesting a conditional use to permit a reception facility in an HMC2 historic Marigny Treme Bywater Commercial District on Square 636, Lot C and 10 in the 3rd Municipal District, bounded by North Claiborne Avenue, Parker Street, North Robinson Street, and St. Anthony Street. Municipal addresses 1830 through 1840 North Claiborne Avenue and 2224 Parker Street. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval, subject to 5 provisos. We have motion M23-270 by Councilmember King, approving and granting the applicant's conditional use request for the properties located at 1830 through 1840 North Claiborne Avenue, 2224 Parker Street on zoning docket number 2123, subject to 5 provisos numbered in the City Planning Commission staff report.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, council member. This is an application to establish a reception facility in a multi-unit commercial building on Claiborne and Parker. It requires conditional use approval because all reception facilities in this district require such approval. It will be relatively small at 1,900 square feet within a really active cultural corridor in North Claiborne Avenue. So really appropriate for the location. In the Planning Commission's view, there was no opposition expressed by neighborhood residents, and this is before you with an approval recommendation from the Planning Commission.
All right, thank you. Make a motion to adopt. Been properly seconded by Councilmember Harris. Any comments?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank our investors. It just so happens that that's located across the street, the boundary of my district, but that Claiborne Avenue area is so important. It's a lot of cultural significance and a lot of historic significance. And Councilmember King, thank you for bringing it forth. But I always like to thank investors when they're going into an area that's been neglected and ignored for a while. So thank you to the investors, and I look forward to going to that reception hall with Councilman King for that ribbon cutting. Thank you.
Right, sounds good. Thank you.
We're now on top of page 22. We have a legislative group in zoning docket 2723, Aragon 6300 LLC, requesting for the rescission of ordinance number 24,145 MCS, zoning docket 5910, to grant a conditional use to permit the expansion of existing commercial use to exceed 5,000 square feet of floor area. The petition property is located on Square 236, Lot 30A in the 2nd Municipal District, bounded by Aragon Boulevard, Harrison Avenue, Marshall Park, and Bragg Streets. Municipal address 6300 Aragon Boulevard. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval with 5 provisos. We have motion M23-256 by Councilmember Jeruso, granted the applicant's request for the rescission of ordinance number 24-145 MCS, zoning docket 5910, to grant a conditional use to permit the expansion of an existing commercial use to exceed 5,000 square feet of floor area for the property located at 6300 Aragon Boulevard on zoning docket 2723, subject to 5 provisos contained within the City Planning Commission's report.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Kroll.
Thank you, council member. This is an application affecting Velvet Cactus Restaurant at Harrison and Argonne. It opened up about 12 years ago. At the time was repurposing an old bank building, so had large parking areas around the periphery. They had the experience that during COVID, they had this opportunity to take those parking areas and repurpose them as dining space. And so this is an amendment to that, or really a modification of that original approval that would make those changes permanent. Really brings the site design more into what we want in terms of zoning, having more outdoor space, active space, landscaped space. And so does that while continuing to meet parking requirements. So at the commission level, we really think this is an improvement in site design. There was no opposition expressed at the planning commission meeting, and so this is before you with an approval recommendation.
Thank you very much. I'm going to move for approval. I will also note, Mr. Kroll, that I have not received any opposition to this whatsoever. And I also think that is a continuing basis for council members to have to make their decisions about how particularly commercial establishments are, even if they front on major streets, they abut neighborhoods frequently, and how the neighbors react to them, I think is important. Mr. Young or Mr. White, do you all want to speak? No waving. All right, thank you all very much. I've moved for approval. It's been seconded by Councilmember Green. 5 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
We're now on top of page 23, zoning docket 2823 has been deferred to June 22nd. On top of page 24, all matters, zoning docket 3023 has been deferred to June 22nd. Zoning docket 3123 has been deferred to June 22nd. On top of page 25, a legislative grouping, zoning docket 3223 K&F Realty LLC, requesting an amendment to the text of Article 10 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to add wine shop as a conditional use in the VCS Bucharest Service District. The proposed text change would affect properties located in the VCS Bucharest Service District. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval. We have motion M23-271 by Councilmember King, approving and granting the applicant's text amendment request on zoning docket 3223.
Thank you, council member. This is an application to add wine shop to the list of uses that are permitted as conditional uses in the VCS service district, which is sort of along the side of the corridor nearest the river and includes a lot of the commercial establishments. The zoning district already allows packaged alcoholic beverages and bars as conditional uses. Wine shops are a bit of a hybrid between the two. So it follows naturally that they should be regulated similarly. This application would make that change, and the planning commission supports this.
All right, we have a comment from Mr. Cole Weber.
Good afternoon, Nicole Weber, 2131 Bienville Street, 70112. Just here on behalf of the applicant. Wine shop is prevalent in other areas of the city, especially in the historic urban zoning districts. And so this is bringing that same use as a conditional use to the Bucharest, but specifically just the Bucharest Service District. Thank you.
All right, this time make a motion to adopt. Second by Councilman Jeruso. Six yeas, no nays. The motion is properly adopted.
We're now on top of page 26. We have a legislative grouping. Zoning docket 3323 K&F Realty LLC, requesting a conditional use to permit a wine shop in a VCS Bucharest Service District with an extension in hours of operation and a rescission of ordinance number 16,427 MCS zoning docket 1494 on square 13 lot 4309 in the second municipal district bounded by Decatur Street, French Marketplace, Governor Nichols Street, and Ursuline Street. Municipal addresses 1118 Decatur Street and 23 through 25 French Marketplace. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval with 3 provisos. We have motion M23-272 by Councilmember King, approving and granting the applicant's conditional use request for the properties located at 1118 Decatur Street and 23 through 25 French Marketplace on zoning docket 3323, subject to 3 provisos numbered in the City Planning Commission's staff report.
All right, City Planning Commission.
This is the companion site-specific conditional use application to the previous matter. It would allow a new wine shop to establish at 1118 Decatur Street. As part of the application, the applicant is seeking an extension in the operating hours to allow it to operate until 10 p.m. on weekdays and midnight on weekends, and that can be approved through the conditional use process. At the public hearing, there were comments in opposition from a couple of representatives of neighborhood organizations. And in general, the comments had to do with a concern that the extended hours of operation may result in this sort of operating more as a bar rather than a wine shop. The Planning Commission heard that recommendation, but decided that approval with the hours of operation extension was appropriate. In particular, because this segment of the corridor, of course, has a number of nighttime operating businesses, and these hours of operation would be consistent with that land use pattern. So this is before you with an approval recommendation with 3 provisos from the Planning Commission.
Thank you. We have a comment call from Ms. Weber.
Thank you. So to kind of expand on what Stephen just mentioned, specifically in the French Quarter, there are no hours of operation for restaurants. Standard restaurants are allowed to be open 24 hours a day. However, in other parts of the city, restaurants are regulated to close at 10 p.m. during the weekdays and midnight on the weekends. Because the typical hours of operation for a wine shop are closure at 8 p.m. and then 9 p.m., we asked for an extension on those hours of operation, specifically in this area. We're a couple of blocks away from Italian Barrel. We're across the street from St. John. And the hours of operation at 8 a.m. didn't really make any sense. So we moved those hours to 10 a.m. in the morning to 10 p.m. at night, and then 10 a.m. on the weekends to midnight on the weekends. And I'd also like to mention that bars are already a conditional use in the Vieux Carré Service District. So if we wanted a bar, we would have gone not through the text amendment process to create a wine shop designation, but we would have gone directly through a conditional use process and asked for a bar. But the purpose of this property and the future use is for a wine shop. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any further comments? All right. This time, make a motion to approve, motion to adopt. Second by Councilman Jeruso. All right, 5 yeas, no nays, motion adopted.
We're now on top of page 27.
The commission really sees this as a positive addition to the broad streetscape and recommends approval.
Thank you. Are there any online or in-person comments? Hearing none, I'll move. Seconded by Councilmember Morrell. 6 yeas. Thank you.
On top of page 28, all matters. Zoning docket 3523 has been deferred to 622. Motion M23-258 has been deferred to 622. We're now on page 35 at the bottom of the page. We have ordinance calendar number 34,201 by Councilmember Harris by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into amendment number 2 to a previously executed cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the New Orleans Redevelopment Authority relative to the drainage pump station 01 watershed drainage and green infrastructure project for Broadmoor, Central City, Garden District, Lower Garden District, Irish Channel, St. Thomas Development, Truro, East Riverside, and Milan neighborhoods to extend the term of said cooperative endeavor agreement for an additional 4 years as more fully set forth in amendment number 2 to the cooperative endeavor agreement, the former which is attached here to and made a part hereof, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This ordinance extends a CEA with Nora to allow the city to use a cluster of Nora-owned properties as stormwater management sites to relieve flooding in Broadmoor, Central City, the Irish Channel, Lower Garden District, and several other neighborhoods in District B. I'm going to go ahead and move unless there are any public or online comments. Seconded by Council Vice President Moreno. 6 yeas. Thank you.
We're now on top of page 37, all matters. Ordinance calendar number 34,204 has been deferred to July 13th and referred to the Budget Committee. Ordinance calendar number 34,205 has been deferred to July 13th and referred to the Budget Committee. On top of page 38, ordinance calendar number 34,206 has been deferred to July 13th and referred to the Budget Committee. Ordinance calendar number 34,207 has been deferred to July 13th and referred to the Budget Committee. On top of page 29, all matters. Ordinance calendar number 34,208 has been deferred to July 13th and referred to the Budget Committee. Ordinance calendar number 34,209 has been deferred to July 13th and referred to the Budget Committee. On top of page 40, all matters. Ordinance calendar number 34,210 has been deferred to July 13th and referred to the Budget Committee. Ordinance calendar number 34,211 has been deferred to July 13th and referred to the Budget Committee. On top of page 41, ordinance calendar number 34,212 has been deferred to July 13th and referred to the Budget Committee. Ordinance calendar number 34,213 has been deferred to July 13th and referred to the Budget Committee. On top of page 42, ordinance calendar number 34,214 has been deferred to July 13th and referred to the Budget Committee. Ordinance calendar number 34,215 has been deferred to July 13th and referred to the Budget Committee. On top of page 43, ordinance calendar number 34,216 has been deferred to July 13th and referred to the Budget Committee. Ordinance calendar number 34,217 has been deferred to July 13th and referred to the Budget Committee. On top of page 44, ordinance calendar number 34,218 has been deferred to July 13th and referred to the Budget Committee. Ordinance calendar number 34,219 has been deferred to July 13th and referred to the Budget Committee. On top of page 45, ordinance calendar number 34,220 has been deferred to July 13th and referred to the Budget Committee. Ordinance calendar number 34,221 has been deferred to July the 13th and referred to the Budget Committee. On top of page 46, ordinance calendar number 34,222 has been deferred to July 13th and referred to the Budget Committee. Ordinance calendar number 34,223 has been deferred to July 13th and referred to the Budget Committee. On top of page 47, ordinance calendar number 34,224 has been deferred to July 13th and referred to the Budget Committee. Ordinance calendar number 34,225 has been deferred to July 13th and referred to the Budget Committee. On top of page 48, ordinance calendar number 34,226 has been deferred to July 13th and referred to the Budget Committee. Ordinance calendar number 34,227 has been deferred to July 13th and referred to the Budget Committee. On page 49, ordinance calendar number 34,228 has been deferred to July 13th and referred to the Budget Committee. On top of page 50, a legislative grouping. We have ordinance calendar number 34,229 by Councilmember King. An ordinance to temporarily waive certain fees, permit fees, and requirements within and around Morris FX Jeff Senior Park located at 1320 General de Gaulle Drive, New Orleans, Louisiana, in conjunction with the Spacewalk and Splash Pads event from Friday, June 9th, 2023 at 5 p.m. to Saturday, June 10th, 2023 at 8 p.m. to specify the duration and boundaries of said waiver and to provide otherwise with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I believe we have an amendment to change the date to the 19th of June.
Yes, I'm sorry, we do have an amendment to ordinance calendar number 34,229 by Councilmember King. Number 1, in the preamble on page 1 on the unnumbered line 3, after the word from, replace the words Friday, June 9th with the words Sunday, June 18th. Number 2, in the preamble on page 1 on the unnumbered line 4, after the word to, replace the word Saturday, June 10th with the words Monday, June 19th. Number 3, in section 1 on page 1 on line 4, after the word from, replace the words Friday, June 9th with the word Sunday, June 18th. Number 4, in section 1 on page 1 on line 5, after the word to, replace the word Saturday, June 10th with the words Monday, June 19th. That is the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have a comment from Mr. Burnside. While he's coming up on a, just say that this event is a community event. It's 100% free to people of all ages. That's why we're going to help out with the waiver. Burnside.
So Mr. Burnside's problem is that every single time the legislative body who is elected by people be kind to people by giving them access to public facilities for free, people think Mr. Burnside's against a specific group of people and or a specific activity, which is really not the case. Mr. Burnside would be happy if the recreation facilities of the city were always free, and he would be happy if all organizations who at the Nazi Party had free access to the recreational facilities provided by the taxpayers of this country or this city or this state. I remember, I'm old enough, I remember when national parks went from being free to being not free, and you got to pay to go to national park. And I was against it. I believe all human beings who, particularly if you served in the United States Army or otherwise contributed to this country, should benefit from the national park system of this country. So I'm not here arguing against a specific group of people and or a specific activity. What I'm here trying to say is that things cost money in this society and that very little is free, and that some people get an easier ride than other people. And the people who are sophisticated enough to get an easier ride are often held in envy by those of us not quite sophisticated. I mean, I threw a birthday party. It was a public birthday party. Rumor has it, plus or minus 100 people showed up. It would be nice, you know, when I'm 100 years old to have my party at a rec facility, and it'd be nice to not pay for it. You know, I can understand people not wanting to pay for things. I got it. I don't want to pay for things myself. Okay. But there's a lot of people out there who do pay, and they need to be respected. And their lack of sophistication needs to be respected. I pay sales tax because I'm not sophisticated. I'm not a nonprofit. I'm not a church. I pay sales tax, and yet I have a state government that's saying that the money that I pay in order to eat is surplus money, and they got to figure out a way to spend it. They call it surplus, and every time I read a newspaper article, I get pissed because it's not surplus. They take it out of me every time I go buy food. So unsophisticated people need a way to access these wonderful benefits. So leaving my comments to Mr. Green out of it, when people come to you who are sophisticated, who say, please let me use this for free, just ask them, you know, would you be happy with a 50% waiver? Because I know I would be if I were throwing a party on a public property.
So we have a comment from Mr.
There have been
Councilman
instances
Green.
where people have come to my office and asked for a waiver. And I have said, I can't do that because you're gonna be making money at your event. I want to encourage the public to recognize that you can ask the council for for access to a facility, and we will negotiate it. I'm appreciative when somebody makes something available to the public, spends their own money, doesn't ask the council for it, and asks simply that they have not totally restricted access, but that they have access to park facilities at no fee. In many instances, people are able to use those facilities even during those events, such as the World Youth Day and other activities that take place. I just think that it encourages people to use our facilities. They pay tax dollars already for it. And if you're not gonna make money, because people charge for lakefront use, they charge for city park use in certain instances and shelters and the like. But if there's an opportunity for us to make available a park to citizens that can use it and make their activities available to others, I just strongly support it. But there have been instances where I've said to someone, you're going to make money. It's not something where the public should have to take over.
Councilman Morrell.
Yeah, just really towards Mr. Burnside's comments. Mr. Burnside, I actually rented a park for my kid's birthday party in Nord Park recently, and it was actually probably the easiest permitting process of the city of New Orleans as far as it goes. And I would really recommend for those people who are out there paying tremendous sums of money to rent really specialized facilities for your kids' birthdays parties. It's an opportunity for you to support the city by using Nord facilities and renting them, because they are a fraction of the cost of using private facilities. A lot of the infrastructure is already there, and it's certainly something everyone should consider because it was a very worthwhile, very seamless experience. And it was very easy to do. Thank you.
Thank you. And one last comment. This is a 100% free community event. The hosts, they have spent their money. There's going to be free drinks, non-alcoholic, snowball, space painting,
Well,
games,
let's see. Change my calendar.
games, music, spacewalk, splash pads for, again, children, people of all ages. Mr. Burnside, I encourage you to make your way to the West Bank and Algiers and come dip your feet in the water and have a good time on Juneteenth. Thank you. I'll make a motion to amend, and it's been seconded by Councilman Thomas. So we amended that date to the 19th, 6 yeas, no nays. And now make a motion of to adopt the actual ordinance, to approve the ordinance as amended. And that's been seconded by Councilman Jeruso. Councilman Green, you had another comment?
No, it's over.
Okay. You're properly moved in second.
Waiting to vote.
Six yeas, no nays. Motion is approved as amended. We'll see Mr. Burnside on the 19th.
On top of page 51, we have motion line over M23Z has been deferred to June 22nd. Motion line over M23AA has been deferred to June 22nd. On top of page 52, motion line over M23-164 has been deferred to 6/22. On top of page 53, we have a legislative grouping. We have motion line over M23-190 by Councilmember Jeruso. A motion stating that Rule 35B of the Council Rules and Regulations is amended and restated to read as follows. Amendments cannot alter or nullify the original purpose of the motion, resolution, or ordinance, and all amendments must be germane to the instrument's original purpose. Amendments to a calendared ordinance by a non-sponsoring council member must be received by the sponsoring council member at least 48 hours in advance of the council meeting at which the ordinance will be considered. Amendments to a motion by a non-sponsoring council member must be received by the sponsoring council member at least 48 hours in advance of the council meeting at which the motion will be considered. And we have two amendments. The first amendment to motion M 23-190 by Councilmember Jerusalem. In the first, be it moved paragraph, delete the last two paragraphs in their entirety and insert the following in lieu thereof. Amendments to a numbered legislative instrument by council members who are not the author must be received by the authoring council member at least 48 hours in advance of the council meeting at which the instrument will be considered. This is the first amendment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is being submitted on advice of council to simplify and make clearer what was in the motion already. So I'll move to adopt the amendment. Can I have a second? Second by Councilmember King. Six yeas, no nays.
The second amendment is by Councilmember Morrell. In the first be it moved paragraph, delete the last two paragraphs in their entirety and insert the following in lieu thereof. Once an ordinance is considered at a committee meeting and laid over for at least 20 days, any amendment to that ordinance by a non-authoring council member must be received by the authoring council member at least 48 hours in advance of the council meeting at which the ordinance will be considered. That is the amendment.
On the amendment, ladies and gentlemen, I had the opportunity to be at the previous committee meeting where this rule change was considered. I have a lot of trepidation about this rule change. I think that limiting the ability of fellow council members to amend an ordinance that is provide an amendment that is not provided to the author within 48 hours of the council meeting is problematic because for several reasons. First, we do have ordinances that don't go to committee at all, that go introduced on first reading, they're first heard at the full council meeting. So that's problem number one, that you may not have a committee meeting in which to consider amendments to an ordinance, but more importantly, when we are considering very significant legislation and members of the public come to the council meeting to try and persuade the council to potentially change an ordinance, those individuals who come here and provide additional information or concern, you don't, as a council member under this rule, have the ability to propose an amendment without the author agreeing to it beforehand. And I think that if the public is trying to persuade 7 members of the council and a majority to amend a bill, you shouldn't restrict the authority as to whether that amendment should go to a single council member. This amendment as a compromise limits the availability of this prohibition to ordinances that have had a committee meeting, have laid over for at least 20 days, because in those instances, those limited instances, the public and council members have had tremendous amounts of time to review the ordinance, to talk about what the issues could or could not be, and to, in those instances, allow for there to be a more expedited process and more consideration of amendments before that 48-hour period. So I'm offering this amendment as a compromise to support the underlying rule. Mr. Jeruso for a comment.
Well, I was going to let Councilmember Thomas go first.
First of all, I don't think there's anyone that's been more of a stickler for rules or process in terms of how do you clean it up? How do you have some order? How do you maintain some decorum? I would listen to you, Councilmember Jeruso, even before I got on the council, talking about a messy legislative process. So I understand that. And then here, how do we begin to follow a process that's not random, where you're not just trying to throw legislation at a wall or make fly by night or willy-nilly amendments. But as I've sat and I've thought through kind of the history of these discussions. These discussions happen with legislative bodies quite often. So the only concern that I would have is that significant legislation has been done, amended, and drafted in the middle of discussions. We've had things that have made marketable differences in how people live, whether they impact budgets or whether they impact programs, because residents or even at times a last minute piece of amendment by a legislature. So within democracy, the democratic process, the democratic legislative process, there's a certain level of freedom that you're supposed to have to prompt legislation and to pass legislation. So I would be concerned that in many cases, this would not only hamper some of that legislative freedom, but it would also really test the process and how the community helps us shape legislation that is before us in the moment, and that's happening now. And I don't know why there can't be some level of compromise here, because I respect tremendously your ability to want to clean up our process. But the democratic process is not always clean. Many times it's messy. And then when people get involved, sometimes I've seen the best legislation shaped within that moment.
Well, I would say a couple of things. One is, I'm happy to potentially talk about something that is workable. This amendment does not do that, because it says once an ordinance is considered at a committee hearing and laid over for 20 days, then you go through the rule. Well, if somebody skips a committee, then it doesn't apply. That's number one. Number two, it doesn't apply to motions at all. And to address the concerns, if people want to amend on the dais, we're suspending the rules today to add something dealing with homelessness. So you can always suspend the rules if you want to deal with it. And you can also defer while it's on the dais and come back to deal with it. I understand the concern about that frequently sometimes happens in the room, and that you want to make sure that you get it right. But at the same time, what we've had is sandbagging and people waiting to the last minute to present things, and that's not fair either. And what I'm trying to avoid is two things. Number one, the public not being aware of what an amendment is. And I think that is fair, that the public deserves to know what amendments are. And then number two, it discourages us from talking to each other if we're going to wait till the 11th hour, the 59th minute, 59th second in order to amend legislation on the fly. I agree that sometimes it can be messy, but I'm trying to get some of the stickiness out of the process. Councilmember Moreno.
Yeah, at first, Councilmember Druso, I want to say that I certainly, understand what you're trying to accomplish about it. And we've certainly heard from the public that, so often that they wish they did have more notice for the amendments. So I certainly see that point. But, at the same time, I kind of leave that up to like every individual council member as to how they want to deal with how they present their legislation. Everybody was individually elected. So if somebody wants to, leave it up to the last minute to put up their amendments, well, it's then up to them to kind of deal with the consequences of how the public may react to that. If they want to put them up, several days in advance so that everyone can see them, well, then great. They might likely have a better outcome from the public and different advocates and being able to see the amendment. But while I understand what you're trying to fix, I personally don't necessarily think that this rule is kind of the right approach, because I really don't want to hinder us on what potentially could happen on the day that we're handling legislation. And so often there have been times where it's not just necessarily a little technical change that may need to happen on the day that legislation is being considered. It's actually like new ideas coming from the public that I'm like, oh my gosh, I really didn't think about that. I really need to add that. And I would worry about the whole issue. And I get it that we can suspend the rules, no doubt, to have the amendment still added. But if there's someone that's already like very much vehemently opposed to my legislation, that wouldn't be able to happen, or to someone's legislation, that wouldn't be able to happen, the suspension of the rules, just because the public brought up some new ideas. So, because of that, I'm a bit torn on this, because I certainly see what you're trying to fix, but then at the same time, I feel like it's every council member's individual responsibility to deal with their legislation the way that they feel is appropriate.
Okay, well,
I'd like to close on my amendment. If there's no further comments. Generally speaking, colleagues, I don't believe in amending bills if the author is not for the amendment. So at this time, I'm just going to withdraw my amendment and then I'll make comments on the bill and vote the bill itself. So I'll withdraw my amendment.
okay. Go ahead, Councilmember Morel. If you're withdrawing, then I will close on the motion.
Oh, well, then I will, for my comment on the underlying bill, I think what we have today is a fundamental disagreement on how the democratic process works in policy. As someone who's had bills, both as a legislator at the state level and a council member on the local level, we used to call them in the legislature, we would talk about our bills like they were planes, and occasionally you'd have a hostile takeover. When someone would put an amendment that was an unfriendly amendment, members of the legislature would often say, well, you've taken over my plane. And the choice you have in those instances, when you have an unfriendly amendment you don't like, is that you can withdraw your bill, you can defer your bill, or you can roll the dice with the vote. And I can tell you that in my career, I've done all three. I've probably rolled the dice more often than I should and won or lost some of those votes, but those are all choices I have in this democratic process. How you choose to amend bills, whether you choose to do it in advance, whether you choose to do it on the moment that you're up here, I think that though this rule does not necessarily, well, actually does not violate any laws or anything out there, but I think when you talk about the spirit of when people come to this council chamber and people come to that dais down there, the well, as we would call it, and they ask us to change a bill that we have up here, I do not think that if council members have new information and that person is asking us to make an amendment, that the choice as to whether that bill could be amended should be the author's discretion. Now, I know we're talking about, well, you can do a rule suspension. Well, you're back to messy anyway, then at that point. If you're fighting over rule suspensions, fighting authors to get amendments on, you haven't made the process less messy, you just made it messy in a different way. So, like I said, I don't believe in amending people's bills. I don't believe in doing hostile takeovers, especially when they explicitly say they don't want a hostile takeover. But in that instance, I am not in support of this bill, and I would encourage my colleagues to not support it as well.
Thank you. I can understand that there are parts of bills that may need to be amended at the last minute, but there are a number of ways to deal with that. First, you can suspend the rules, and we're getting ready to do that later today. So this notion that is going to be held hostage is a little bit not accurate, given how often this council and the last council suspended rules in order to accommodate things that either did not get on the agenda or supposed to be. Number two, you can always choose to defer your legislation. Councilmember Harris did it earlier today when there was a land use issue where there was a lack of clarity. So what I am trying to remove from the process is a rush that doesn't exist and is being, in my view, pushed unnecessarily instead of giving people more time to deliberate. If something comes up in chamber at the last minute, it may mean that it's not fully baked and it needs additional time to cook. Moreover, nothing prevents the author from sponsoring the amendment. It only prevents non-authors from being able to do it. So if the author wants to accept what's going on, it's completely within their realm. And obviously, other people can amend their own issues when it comes to land use. I also think it fosters better, not less communication with the public, because a frequent complaint that we get is that amendments are not on the agenda and we don't know what they are. And then I come to council chambers and I'm seeing them for the first time. And I'm watching people in the audience shake their head affirmatively as I say that. And it's one thing and not good practice for us to do it. But it's another thing, if you know it's a problem, you've been told it's a problem, you've been routinely told it's a problem, and you say, well, I want to exercise my right anyway, as a non-sponsoring council member, somebody who has not been a piece of the legislation. This is not to delay. Let me be very clear. Nothing prevents anybody who is either the lead author or a non-author from amending the day of. It prevents somebody who has not been a part of the legislative process from hijacking a bill and then making it their own as a result. So with that, I'll move for approval, and I'll understand if people want to vote against it. Second. Second by Councilmember Harris. Ready out here.
Go ahead. On a tie motion, the rule fails.
Well, is Councilmember King here? Yeah, I'd like him to vote. If he wants to vote, no, that's fine.
Yeah, I didn't. Look.
Okay. 3-3. Motion fails. Thank you.
Hold on. Is Councilmember King not here?
If he is not on the dais, you can't go hunt through the
I think,
council.
well, we stop things for quorum, so absolutely we can. You choose
You're,
not to vote,
you're
that's fine.
free to ask for reconsideration when Mr. King is up.
That's fine.
For rule suspension, however, when you're gonna think of the motions of this word. I can don't have you don't have it. You can't.
We're on top of page 54.
I can't do it.
Huh?
Something does come over my table.
Legislative grouping, motion line over M23-208, council members Morrell and Harris. Directing the city planning commission to conduct a public hearing to amend and reordain ordinance number 4,264 MCS as amended by ordinance number 26,413 MCS as amended, the comprehensive zoning ordinance of the city of New Orleans to amend Article 19 to establish a new interim zoning district to be named the Commercial Short-Term Rental Interim Zoning District. The intent of which is to prohibit short-term rental, commercial, hotel, motel, timeshares, and hostels as allowable uses within all areas of the city of New Orleans. These prohibitions shall apply citywide. We have an amendment to motion M23-208 by council members Morrell and Harris. Number 1, on page 2, delete the first recital paragraph and insert the following in lieu thereof. Whereas in neighborhoods across the city, there is a noticeable uptick in commercial short-term rental developments, including but not limited to the conversion of apartment complexes from long-term housing to transient housing. Number 2, on page 2, delete the first paragraph following the recitals and insert the following in lieu thereof. Be it moved by the council of the city of New Orleans that the city planning commission is directed to conduct a public hearing to amend and reordain ordinance number 4,264 MCS amended by ordinance number 26,413 MCS as amended, the comprehensive zoning ordinance of the city of New Orleans to amend Article 19 to establish an interim zoning district to be named the Commercial Short-Term Rental. Oh, God. The intent of which is to prohibit short-term rental, commercial, and hostels as allowable uses within all areas of the city of New Orleans and to limit the development of timeshares with the following consideration. Instituting a cap of no more than 1 unit or 25% of the total dwelling units on a lot or a single building constructed across lot lines, whichever is greater, to be permitted to be included in a short-term plan within a timeshare building. in the CBD 5 urban core neighborhood lower intensity mixed use district. A timeshare building shall only be permitted when the total number of dwelling units is at least 10 and the mandatory inclusionary zoning regulations of Article 28 are triggered and affordable housing unit is provided as required by law. This cap shall not apply to the VCE Bucare Entertainment District, to structures which front on Canal Street between the Mississippi River and Rampart Street, and the EC Educational Campus District, MC Medical Campus District, LS Life Science District, or the MI Maritime Industrial District, Commercial and Recreational Subdistrict. On page 3, delete the paragraph in its entirety.
Sorry. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So what you have before you today is a proposed interim zoning district dealing with commercial short-term rentals. The purpose of which is what we've seen across the city over the last couple of years is there has been a proliferation. Most notably and most recently, we saw the Browns Dairy situation happen in Councilmember Harris's district. But more importantly, we've also seen a drive to purchase large residential, commercial buildings, apartment buildings and the like, and to convert them to short-term rentals, studio hotels, and as well as the proliferation of the uncapped timeshare model where they're buying up large pieces of properties, zoning them as hotels or something similar, and then selling off the individual rooms. Councilman Harris has already begun the process with TPC of working with them to try and come up with new rules for commercial short-term rentals. But in the interim, many of us felt like it is time to put a pause on commercial short-term rentals until those CPC rules come back. Additionally, as you may see, we have removed the language dealing specifically with hotels and motels at the responding to people in that legitimate industry. We have a first read dealing with trying to address the hotel motel issues dealing with an ownership model, because we do want to make sure hotels are actually hotels and not pseudo hotels. We found a different mechanism for dealing with that. So that is what this does. So I will move on amendment. Oh, do we have public comment on that? Oh, we do. I'm sorry. Maxwell. Piles of public comment up here. Give me just a second.
Hey, Max.
Hi, thank you, council members. Maxwell Chardula, Louisiana Fair Housing Action Center. So you've heard some of this from me before. I'm going to give you a little new information as well. So in many ways, our concerns here are similar to residential short-term rentals because so many of these mixed use areas are actually part of neighborhoods and house a lot of people. So for us, this still impacts displacement, eviction, removing it from the markets and raising the cost of housing. The difference with commercial short-term rentals is that there's even more money behind them and they're so enormously profitable that, you know, the analogy we've made is think of them like t-shirt shops in the French Quarter. They're going to start displacing everything else unless we put a push pause here. And I just want to also note, this doesn't affect existing commercial short-term rentals. They're grandfathered in. So this doesn't do anything to the 1,500 plus that already are out there. The one thing I will note that is new here is that Councilmember Merrill mentioned that this, he's got something else that's going to go after these fake hotels. And that's really important too. But what's missing in both of these is that something that I heard about from Safety and Permits just yesterday is that they have been inundated with hotel occupancy applications and B&B conditional uses. But the hotel applications are often for single family homes or doubles, which unfortunately is not caught by what you've put together, Councilmember Morel, which is important, but it still leaves this loophole. I think it just underlines the point that this is the business model, to continue to try and undermine our laws and regulations and exploit every loophole possible. And so unfortunately, we still have some work to do to close that loophole. I would be happy to work with you on it. It doesn't require, I don't think, like a whole CPC process, just like your hotel amendment. We can get it done sooner. We don't have to wait till this fall. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Harris, you want to do a comment or do you want to wait till after these?
I'll wait until after
Okay.
public comment.
Daiquiri Jones. Also, please state your address for the record as well. We've been getting some complaints from online viewers that people aren't spelling their names and addresses.
Hi, my name is Dacre Jones, 2406 St. Rock Avenue. I just largely wanted to echo what Maxwell said. I wore the shirt today and on my way to the bike shop, the person at the register, not knowing anything about my work or politics other than the shirt, commented on how happy he was to see the city cracking down on short-term rentals. And that was the second comment I got, today before noon. And like every time I wear the shirt, a lot of people are commenting on how they are excited that the city is moving forward to have stricter rules on short-term rentals. And, of course, like my faith in these operators just is still very low. I mean, especially since seeing the lawsuits, come out. So yeah, we are dealing with people who will try to find as many loopholes as possible. But, I just wanted to echo that the people of the city is largely supporting the actions of restricting short-term rentals. I mean, the other day I was canvassing and I noticed that there were a lot of, shotgun style houses that were used by, a hostel to house their guests, and I just thought that was, kind of just thought that was disappointing. So it kind of echoed a point Maxwell made, but I just wanted to encourage the council to keep moving forward on restricting these short-term rentals.
Thank you. Ms. Seckman, I pronounced that correctly? Okay.
Thank you, Seckman Shabaka 222 Decatur Street. I'm actually a resident of the French Quarters and just wanted to say, just seeing so much that goes on in the French Quarters reminded this. I think, first of all, when it comes down to everything else, I am definitely opposed this 100%, especially with it not pertaining to the French Quarters, because there is a lot of people or owners and residentials that do live in the area. And I guess some of the owners that don't live in the area kind of do like the short-term rentals and just keep putting out people whoever they want. Illegally because it is under short-term rental, so they can get people out pretty quickly and run scams. For just like an example, there was a roof that was destroyed by Ida on a property on Bourbon Street, and this property owner just keeps on renting short-term rentals to people like $6,000 to move in, and then they never fix the roof from Ida, for an example, just these type of schemes. But otherwise, it does take away from the majority of people that need permanent places to stay, because the markup is so high on the cost of living that it doesn't make room for regular rental properties or equal housing opportunities for others. And that's pretty much all I wanted to say. Definitely oppose it. Thank you.
Aaron Helms, VC Pora.
Good afternoon, council members. Aaron Holmes, VC Pora at 816 North Rampart. We are in support of this IZD, but like some of our colleagues before, we think we can go a little bit further. I want to say thank you all for your attention to the whole spectrum of short-term rental regulation. There's been kind of a dizzying array of legislation that's being put out, and we're wanting to work with y'all and catch up. So the idea that we can further define what actually hotels are, but something that was pointed out by Maxwell is that there is a flood of applications that are coming in to designate structures as hotels, which the average person says that's not a hotel, that's a double, that's a triple. In certain areas, there is a requirement for conditional use process for hotels over a certain amount. We can look at defining minimum square footage for hotels. Also, I'm not sure why the accessory and principal bed and breakfast were exempted from the IZD, but I think that those falling into the same kind of category of lodging, we're seeing kind of the gold rush towards those types of permits as well. So we support the intent and spirit of the IZD. Let's, place a pause on kind of this gobbling up in this last, race towards effective regulations. And just with a little bit more attention to detail on what a hotel, a lodging establishment, a bed and breakfast actually is. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Harris.
No, thank you for all your comments. I would encourage you to work with CPC and our offices to come up with, for example, I like the idea of minimum keys or minimum square footage to prevent the encroachment of hotels and single family homes. Creating uncertainty for developers, but the intent of this particular IZD is to put a pause on commercial short-term rentals until we get those recommendations from CPC to revamp our transient lodging guidelines. And again, I think that once we get those CPC recommendations back, we will have a clearer path and clearer definitions on our commercial short-term rentals. I also want to acknowledge that our residential short-term rental is back in litigation. But, I guess we'll deal with that when we get the judge's opinion. So just want to thank my colleagues and the advocates for working with us on this. And Councilmember, you want to move?
Yeah, one quick comment, just
Yep.
to follow up with what Councilmember Harris said. Another issue which has really driven us to really address this issue sooner rather than later is, as we see, I think there's residential short-term rental market. And it's even more important as CPC is considering what to do with commercials, that we don't have a gold rush of residential properties that try to convert to commercial properties to try to perpetuate themselves if that model is not successful. So this is timely, it's necessary. We will continue, Councilmember Harris and I will continue to work with everyone who will work with us to try and resolve these issues. And like I said, we're gonna try and deal with the hotel motel thing in the separate first read that'll be introduced today. So thank you. I will move.
We have one online
Oh,
comment.
sorry, one online comment.
This is from Sam Levin, who says, while the first draft of this motion was incredibly broad and overreaching, it at least stopped the apartment building conversions that were brought to the council's attention on Twitter. But after 2 weeks of meetings with high-powered hotel developers, the motion was revised to use STRs as the scapegoat. No way to convert an entire building to STR. It has never happened and it will never happen. However, it is relatively simple to convert a building to hotel or timeshare. This motion closes the timeshare loophole, but conveniently avoids addressing hotels in any way and therefore will not stop the loss of long-term housing that this council constantly claims they care about. If they did, they would craft an IZD that stops the conversion of long-term housing into hotels. This motion is only about politics, not housing.
Thank you for that comment. Just as I stated previously, for the individual who wrote that, if that's truly what you're concerned about, you'll see a first read that addresses the hotel issue, if that's what you're truly concerned about. Thank you. Please vote your machines. 7 yeas, no nays. The amendment is adopted. And now on the underlying motion, I think we have to vote. Yes. I'll move. Second by Councilmember Harris. Please vote your machines. Seven yeas, no nays. The motion is adopted.
We're now on top of page 56. We have motion line over M23-225 by Councilmember Morrell by request, adding the president of the council as a signatory to the amendment number 1 to the contract between the city of New Orleans and Global Solutions Group, Inc., and authorizing the president of the council to sign the amendment number 1 to the contract between the city of New Orleans and Global Solutions Group, Inc. Is this still going forward? I have deferred.
I believe this is going forward.
Okay, if it is, then we need to suspend Rule 57.
Yes, we do suspend the rules. There was a previous issue where the city had not responded to Councilman Deruso regarding some questions he had regarding this, I believe. That's been addressed. If it has not been addressed, I'm happy to defer it again. It's been addressed? Okay. I'll move to suspend the rules. Can I get a second? Second by Councilmember Deruso. Please vote your machines. 6 yeas, no nays. The rules are suspended. Do we need to add this to the agenda, or is it already on the agenda, Madam
It's
Clerk?
already on.
All right, then I will move to approve item number 67. A second. Please vote your machines. All right, that is 6 yeas, no nays. The motion is adopted. Next up, we have number 68.
We have resolution R 23-253 by Councilmember Morrell by request, ratifying and approving the rules and regulations identified as DSP Rule 23-01 short-term rental permit lotteries in accordance with sections 2-1000 of the Code of the City of New Orleans.
Thank you. This was brought at the request of safety and permits in regards to the rule promulgations for the short-term rental lottery. We have one comment. Angie Baylock.
Good afternoon, council members. Angie Blaylock, 3400 Napoleon Avenue. I'd like to appeal to each one of you separately, Councilmember Morrell, Moreno, King, Harris, Deruso, Green, Thomas. I know you're going to say, oh my God, she's here again. I have written to you and have been keeping in touch with everything, and I am in approval of what you're doing for the residential short-term rentals. I think we don't need a proliferation of short-term rentals everywhere and commercial short-term rentals. There's only one thing that I would request, and that would be a change to the what do you call it, the drop dead date, the August 31st, the sunset date. And I can give you many reasons. And first, I'd also like to say, Councilman King, thank you so much, because you made my day when I sent a letter to you all and you said received and read. It really gave me some hope. So the reasons I'm asking for this is because I think it can benefit the city as well as benefit those of us who have remained in the rules. And I can read the reasons why. Provide a seamless time period for safety and permits to advise and process lottery winners, administer license, and in the interim shut down illegal operators. Allow adequate time for city planning to process application exceptions, because we didn't know how long that's going to take. The city can continue to collect occupancy taxes. Also, in regard to us, the public, and the people who have been abiding by the rules, avoid a black eye for the city and the tourist industry. Decrease, excuse me, in the interruption of the much needed income to short-term rental hosts and give time to transition to a different plan. Personally, I'm a senior citizen. I've been a citizen of New Orleans for all of my life. I have one house that's a double, and I have one rental income, and I have stayed in accord with everything. So to give me this extra time, it would also be able to honor the existing reservations that we have for people, so they don't have to change their plans for weddings, medical issues, etc. And who am I? So to tell you a little bit about me, aside from being a senior citizen and a resident of New Orleans.
You're at time right now.
Okay.
What I would say is, since that drop dead date is August 31st, my office we'll reach out to you and we'll get with safety and permits, and we'll have a further discussion to see if it can be addressed.
Okay, thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
With that, I will move. Can I get a second? Seconded. Please vote your machines. 5 yeas, 6 yeas, no nays. The motion's adopted.
We're now on top of page 57. We have motion 23-266 by council members Harris and Moreno. Directing City Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing to consider amending and reordaining the comprehensive zoning ordinance. Ordinance number MCS 4264 as amended by ordinance number 26,413 MCS as subsequent amendments. To consider amending Article 26 definitions, the use tables in Article 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 17, and the use standards in Article 20 for the domestic protection shelter and emergency shelter. To consider permitting them as by right institutional use in all zoning districts where multifamily dwellings are permitted, and to make recommendations for any other amendments deemed necessary.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This motion simply directs CPC to hold hearings to consider expanding the zoning districts where domestic violence and emergency shelters are allowed in zoning. Currently, there are very few districts that are zoned to allow these shelters, and that creates significant barriers for residents seeking shelter. CPC, Safety and Permits, along with other members of the administration, have been working together to get this request drafted. And I'm grateful for Council Vice President Moreno's co-sponsorship of this. Any comment?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Harris, for bringing this. I actually had no idea the limitations in zoning for important shelters like this in our city. So I think this makes all the sense in the world. And I'm not going to get on my soapbox again about, the whole issue of domestic violence, but I'll just keep saying that, whatever we can do to reduce family violence, it'll eventually turn into having a much safer community. So thank you for bringing this as an important zoning measure.
Well, thank you. Any online comment or public comment? Okay, it was moved and seconded. And it passes. Thank you.
At the bottom of the page, motion M23-273 has been deferred to June 22nd. We have motion M23-275 by Councilmember Harris, adding the president of the council as a signatory to the professional service agreement between the city of New Orleans and Clutch Consulting Group LLC, and authorizing the president to sign the contract between the city of New Orleans and Clutch Consulting Group LLC as attached to as Exhibit A. We need to suspend the rules to receive this motion.
Thank you. I've moved and seconded. Five yeas. 6 yeas.
We need to further suspend the rules to add it to the agenda.
Moved and seconded. I need one more vote. 6 yeas.
And now you can discuss it before you vote for it.
Great, thank you. I have a preamble because this is so important, and so please bear with me. I just want to say that since I've taken office, I've been committed to addressing our city's housing crisis, both in creating more affordable units and supporting unhoused individuals with their transition into housing. So many city and external partners have been at the table, and I'm grateful for those folks. And this is what led me to advocate for creating a city homelessness office that is led by Nate Fields, who's in the audience today and who I hope will speak. Since that happened this spring, I've continued to work hand in hand with Nate Fields, our homelessness director, Dr. Vegno, and Tyra Johnson Brown, and countless others, all of us attempting to reduce street homelessness, including at the encampments. We all get calls every single day from residents whose quality of life is impacted by the encampments, and I totally get it. But it's important that we address homelessness issues in a strategic, purposeful way, including properly decommissioning encampments by creating affordable housing. Simply closing out the land currently occupied by unhoused residents will just force them to go somewhere else, and that means that those encampments will go into neighborhoods and we'll get even more complaints. All of this is a much bigger conversation about properly leveraging our resources and making decisions based on data And there are system level changes that we need to discuss and make so that we can solve this crisis. We need that big picture analysis as well as immediate plans of action to address the growing number of unstably housed individuals and the public health dangers associated with those encampments. And that's why today we have this contract with Clutch Consulting. And I am super excited about Clutch Consulting coming in, really putting their arms around this issue and working with both government and private partners to figure out how we're going to move forward. I'm here for any questions, but I really do think that we need to hear from Nate Fields about what's going on and what we hope to accomplish with this contract. You can come on up to the, if you want to come behind, yeah.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for this. I really appreciate you backing this. In order for us to make sustainable change, we have to move forward with a strategic plan to make sure that we're doing things appropriately, well thought out, methodical, and making sure that we have direction in how to move forward. In the past, people have done stuff. We have thrown money at issues, but we have not done so in a sustainable manner. Plus, consultant will give us direction on how to move forward. And I think that this 10-year plan will allow us to address things in a timely manner. I feel that with the build out of this office and the movement with Clutch Consulting Group, we can do more than we have done historically speaking. Moving forward, we will continue to work with every single council person on all issues that are happening. And I'm thankful for all of the constituents and residents who have been patient during this process. However, this is the movement that we need to make sustainable changes for the city of New Orleans and the individuals who are currently experiencing homelessness.
Thank you, Nate. Any questions from the dais? So it's been moved and seconded.
I'm sorry.
Councilmember Green.
I just want to just emphasize that I look forward to working with you and representatives of Clutch. We've had a couple of meetings. You've been at a couple of the encampment sites. I know that this goes without saying, but for those who are watching, especially on Claiborne Avenue, who can't do business, who live in areas where people unfortunately come into their yards to use the yards for, personal purposes. The reason that I said today, when we had something being done in Councilman King's district on Claiborne Avenue, was that I was pleased to see that investment by that business. Because ironically, there are businesses in the 1,000 to 1,200 block of Claiborne that can't do exactly the same thing. Someone who wants to have a bridal shop, for example, but can't open it because she has not only no place to park, but because you wouldn't even want to walk, you wouldn't even want to tell people to walk in an area where there's needles and where there's excrement and where there are so many items that shouldn't be in place. I just look forward to working with you because we want to, just as you mentioned the other day, that there was an outbreak of some stomach virus or something like that, right?
Yes,
in a homeless encampment. It is important that we recognize the persons who are there have certain rights and we want to help them because they're human beings. At the other side, of course, I also want you to remember those who are affected directly. And let's work really hard to give them the relief that they need. You know the history of the businesses in the Claiborne Avenue corridor and the like, but let's work to make sure that we can address in a timely manner, providing the assistance to folks so that they're not preyed upon by drug dealers, that they're not preyed upon by diseases and things like that, but they also get the assistance that they need to be able to enhance their quality of life. I look forward to working with you and Clutch. Call on me at any time because I'll call on you regularly. All right, thank you.
Thank you. And let me just emphasize that Clutch Consulting has a history and a success rate of decommissioning encampments by getting folks into permanent supportive housing. And so as we talk about closing off underpasses under the bridge, which Calliope and Chapatulas exit in my district, we have a lot of homeless folks. We have to decommission those encampments safely, securely, and where we give people an opportunity to get housed. Because otherwise they're just going to spill into neighborhoods and create even more conflicts and issues for businesses and folks who are living in the neighborhood. So again, I just am very excited about finally coming to this point. Tyra, thank you so much for writing and working with us. And I need a couple more votes. 6 votes. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Right, you don't want to be on the wrong side of it. All right.
Council members, we need to suspend the rules to go to ordinances on first reading.
Been moved and seconded.
It's only 1:15. Is that allowable?
One more
We need more votes. Who has, Freddie, did you vote? Thank you. All right, 6 yeas, no nays, we're on first read. Members, if we can take a picture with Malachi. Malachi, can we get a picture with you? Who's been with us for our council meeting? Malachi, we'll put you up here in the front.
You can leave, yeah.
Ordinances on for first reading. Ordinance calendar number 34-230 by Councilmember Morrell. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 26-680 of the Code of New Orleans to add references to the minimum property maintenance code and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Of course you can.
Ordinance calendar number 34-231 by Councilmember Moreno. An ordinance to amend and reordain articles 7, 10, 12, 14, 15, 16, 20, 21, 22, and 26 of the comprehensive zoning ordinance. Ordinance number 4264 MCS as amended by ordinance number 26413 MCS and subsequent amendments to create a definition and use standards for electric vehicles, EV, charging station principal use, to reduce zoning barriers for EV charging stations with the following considerations and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34-232 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to amend and reordain Article 19 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, ordinance number 4264 MCS as amended by ordinance number 26413 MCS and subsequent amendments to establish a new interim zoning district to be named the Preserving Residential Character Interim Zoning District, establishing a temporary prohibition of new short-term rental commercial STR uses within a certain area and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34-233 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to amend and reordain Articles 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, and 19 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, ordinance number 4264 MCS as amended by ordinance number 26413 MCS and subsequent amendments to establish a new interim zoning district, IZD, to be named the Bed and Breakfast Interim Zoning District, the intent of which is to ensure that bed and breakfast are compatible with and preserve the character and integrity of the neighborhood citywide and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Zoning number 1823. Ordinance calendar number 34,234 by Councilmember King. An ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit a single-family residence in the GPD General Plan Development District on square 178, lots 11 through 12, in the 5th Municipal District bounded by Oliver Street, J. Wiener, Birch Street, Bison Street, and Sam Street. The municipal address is 3525 Oliver Street and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Zoning docket number 2323. Ordinance calendar number 34-2035 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to affect the zoning change from an HUMU Historic Urban Neighborhood Mixed Use District to HURD2 Historic Urban Two-Family Residential District on all lots currently zoned HUMU Historic Urban Neighborhood Mixed Use District on square 48 and 49 in the 4th Municipal District, bounded by 2nd Street, 4th Street, Roseau Street, and St. Thomas Street. The municipal addresses are 502 through 536 2nd Street, 521 through 533 3rd Street, and 525 4th Street, excluding 2515 through 2517 Rousseau Street, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Zoning docket number 2423. Ordinance calendar number 34,236 by Councilmember King, an ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit a hotel in the CBD 5 Urban Core Neighborhood Lower Intensity Mixed Use District located on Square 179, lots 20 in the First Municipal District bounded by Camp Street, Girard Street, Church Street, and Julia Street. The municipal addresses are 705 through 707 Camp Street and 606 Girard Street, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Zoning docket number 2523. Ordinance calendar number 34,237 by Councilmember King, an ordinance to temporarily waive certain fees, permits, and requirements within and around Devar Park located at 1500 Test Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, in conjunction with the senior card giveaway event on Sunday, June 18, 2023, from 12 p.m. to 5 p.m. to specify the duration and boundaries of said waiver and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,238 by Council Members Moreno, Harris, and King. An ordinance to amend and reordain Section 2905 of the Code of New Orleans to change the process for granting of exceptions to the city's clean fleet requirements and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,239 by Council Member Thomas by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement, CEA, between the city of New Orleans, the city, and the law enforcement district, LED, of the parish of Orleans, state of Louisiana, represented by its chief executive officer, Sheriff Susan Huston, for a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of constructing a new medical and mental health services facility, phase 3, at the Orleans Justice Center, OJC, in the city of New Orleans, as more fully detailed in the CAA form attached hereto as Exhibit A, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,240 by Councilmember King by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into amendment number 1, amendment to amend the cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans, the city, and Foundation for Louisiana, the contractor, relative to the contractor acting as the designated fiscal administrator for the Children and Youth Planning Board, in order to extend the agreement for an additional 1 year to increase the maximum aggregate amount of compensation, to amend the rate of compensation, to amend the services provided by the contractor, and to add, modify, or reaffirm certain terms and conditions is more fully set forth in the amendment attached hereto as Exhibit 1 and incorporated and made a part hereof and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,241 by Councilmember Jeruso. An ordinance to amend and reordain the unclassified pay plan for officers and employees in the unclassified service of the city of New Orleans in accordance with Section 3-118 and 4-2061G of the Home Rule Charter of the city of New Orleans to establish new titles for the existing positions of Chief of EMS position U-3005 and Deputy Chief of EMS U-3006 to change the titles to Medical Director U-3005 and Chief of EMS U-3006 to establish new salary ranges for these classifications within the unclassified pay plan and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,242 by Council Members Jeruso, Harris, and Moreno by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,265 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate funds for rental assistance programs in the Office of Community Development and to pilot a program to assist homeowners in addressing code enforcement violations and Historical District Landmarks Commission and otherwise provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,243 by Council Members Jeruso, Harris, and Moreno by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,266 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate funds for rental assistance programs and the Office of Community Development, and to pilot a program to assist homeowners in addressing code enforcement violations in Historic District Landmarks Commission, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,244 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,265 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate grant funds to the police department for personnel overtime and to purchase security systems, equipment, and software, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,245 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,266 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate grant funds to the police department for personnel overtime and to purchase security systems, equipment, and software, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,246 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,265 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate grant funds awarded to the health department for the health care for the homeless program to expand HIV health services in the community through various partnerships, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,247 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,266 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate grant funds awarded to the health department for the health care for the homeless program to expand HIV services in the community through various partnerships, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,248 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,265 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate unspent grant funds to the Office of Workforce Development, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,249 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,266 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate unspent grant funds to the Office of Workforce Development, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,250 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,265 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate grant funds to the Department of Health and Emergency Medical Services to purchase computers and virtual reality headsets required for virtual reality training, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,251 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,266 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate grant funds to the health department for emergency medical services to purchase computers and virtual reality headsets required for virtual reality training, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,252 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,266 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year twenty twenty-three to transfer funds from personal services to other operating within the Office of Police Secondary Employment to cover the remaining payrolls 19 for reserve officers and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. This concludes the ordinances on first readings.
All right, thank you, ma'am. I will entertain a motion to adjourn. It's been moved by Councilmember Green, seconded by Councilmember Harris. All in favor? Aye. 1, 2, 3. We have 5 yeas, no nays.